Night on the long ridge of the sky came like a velvet lid, and the fires of Olympus breathed low. Torches became patient stars, and the wind, tired from crossing 1,000 valleys, folded itself upon the pines. In that hush, when even the river below seemed to slow its silver pulse, he stirred, the thunder-bearer, cupping his brow as if cradling a secret egg of pain and light. A whisper passed from hall to hall, from bright colonnade to sleeping lion skin. The king had grown silent, and silence in a house of gods is louder than any storm.
They said he had swallowed counsel itself, Metis, the wise one, because a fearful prophecy had brushed his ear. They said the idea of wisdom had gone to live in the dark chambers behind his eyes. And now the idea wanted out. Hephaestus came with the steady breath of a forge, the smell of hammered ore still clinging to his hands. Not cruel, only obedient to the geometry of necessity. He lifted the tool that separates night from morning, the cleaving axe that knows the seam in every knot of wood, and he waited for a nod. It came, small as a moth's wing. The blade fell not with ferocity, but with the measured kindness of a midwife who knows where to press. Out spilled a cry like dawn striking bronze. Out stepped a figure already dressed in the grammar of order. Crest bright as the first thought, eyes lit with the clean fire that sees through fog, spear speaking softly of boundaries, shield murmuring, "Hush now, hush." The hall exhaled. The columns remembered how to stand. The owls that live between rafters and dreams blinked and told each other in the language of small feathers that a steadier day had arrived. She did not stumble. She did not ask. She looked, and looking was an act of mending. There is a moment when a new star takes its notch in the wheel, that everything else shifts so it may be properly held. So it was with them. The war god paused, as if a door had opened between rage and discipline. The golden one of the lyre smoothed his strings and felt them fall into truer pitch. Even the sea outside, tossing its blue mane, seemed to lower its voice and listen. "Child," said the sky without speaking, "your name is an answer to a question we have been asking since the first reed tried to make music." She raised her palm, and light poured across it like water choosing a riverbed. In that small lake of brightness floated a feather, promise of victories that would one day alight without wounding, that would land where order was needed and rise where mercy should carry the day. The helmet breathed. The spear did not thirst. The crest was not a boast, but a lighthouse. And though she was fully armed, what clothed her most completely was attention. She beheld the world the way a patient artisan studies raw wool, seeing not a tangle, but a pattern waiting to be sung. Someone, perhaps it was the craftsmaster limping gently back to his coals, noticed that her hands were as deft as her gaze. Threads near her seemed to straighten of their own accord. The fray of an old tapestry mended itself under the quiet insistence of her presence. "Is this how wisdom works?" wondered a young breeze curling through the beams. "Not by roaring, but by teaching things to remember their shape?" The old stories will tell you many versions of that first hour. In one, she laughed like sunlight on a shield, and each god knew his station more clearly. In another, she said nothing at all, and the very silence became articulate. The truth may be both, for haven't we learned that knowledge wears many faces, and still it is one thing? The owl, restless in the rafters, stretched its round, coin-bright eyes and dared to stare into shadow. Finding no terror there, only room for thought, it hopped down to the balustrade, as if to keep company with this new keeper of boundaries. She rested her spear and traced a line upon the air. It was not a border of iron, but the suggestion of a city, walls that did not imprison but held together, gates that learned to swing between welcome and caution.
streets that taught feet where to go by their very gentleness beneath the soles. Someone far below, perhaps a mortal still half-formed in dream, felt an olive leaf brush his brow and woke with an idea that would ripen into law. What is born armed need not crave blood, mused the oldest cedar watching from the slope. For sometimes armor is simply the habitation of purpose.
Akog, as the torches lengthened, a fragrance came, strange for midnight, green and faintly bitter, the soft insistence of groves that do not hurry. She turned as if hearing sap rise. It is said that in her first breath outside her father's skull, she tasted the future's fruit, a drop of oil on the tongue, pressing a promise against the palate, bread to be dipped, wounds to be soothed, lamps to be kept lit through long study and longer war. Somewhere in that breath lived a city she had not yet met, whose stones one day would gleam like the inside of a shell, whose children would argue beautifully about good and beauty, whose ships would draw long lines of foam between islands of question and harbors of answer. Yet even as such vistas streamed like swallows past the eaves of mind, she remained here, in the room shaped by thunder, touching each presence with a gaze that tidied. "Will you be terrible?" asked the war god, tilting his head, mistrusting any calm that did not smell of smoke. She did not argue. She simply stepped to his side and, laying a hand upon the iron thorns of his shoulder, untwisted one barbed thought. It straightened into a plan. The room felt it, not a diminishing, but a conversion, like fire becoming forge. The queen of the hearth sighed in relief. Her flames, no longer crowded by storm breath, rose in clean tongues and licked the pot with domestic joy. The messenger, all quicksilver smiles, danced a circle and grinned, for he saw in her a partner who would guide the hesitant as deftly as he guided the bold. "Will you be proud?" whispered a rumor, thinking of webs and girls and the peril of gifted hands. She turned, and in the turning one could see the hinge upon which arrogance separates from mastery. "I will be exact," said the movement of her shoulders, "and exactness, if it bows to what is true, is merely a kind of humility." Perhaps the stars felt rebuked. Perhaps they felt relieved. It is hard for distant fires to know whether they are ornaments or maps. She would teach them to be both in time. For now, she walked to the threshold where night made a curtain of itself and lifted the edge. The world lay beyond, huge and tender, bruised with old quarrels and bright with new songs. She listened to the far clang of unknown battles and to the near hush of a mother teaching her child to tie a knot. Between those two sounds, she chose her dwelling. Not high aloofness, not low entanglement, but the slanted beam where light meets labor, where speech tempers steel and steel protects speech. The owl flew to her wrist. Its heart ticked like a small clock. The clock kept the hour of readiness, neither impatient nor slow. "Shall we go?" the creature asked with its enormous quiet eyes. "Yes," said the quiet she carried, and a path unrolled, made of nothing but attention. Behind her, the wound in the great brow had already sealed, leaving not a scar but a memory, as if to say that the mind, once opened, never truly closes. A tender gleam nested in the rafters. The feather on her palm caught it, holding victory as one holds a bird, never by the throat, always by trust. And somewhere, beyond the pass where cypresses keep their patient watch, a sapling tugged at its own root, with a dream of turning sun into oil, storms into shade, hunger into bread, while far below the dark waves shifted, and a trident's shadow frowned at a rumor that a tree would one day soften the sea's boast. The night, having watched a birth without blood, leaned back against the hills and listened for footsteps that would mean a city was beginning to think of itself. And in that listening, a new story turned its first, unhurried page.
Night had thinned to that hour when lamps remember their own flame, and the east is only a rumor. In the hush before roosters attempt bravado, something smaller kept the measure of the world. A pair of round, coin-bright eyes perched in the cypress above a sleeping courtyard. The bird did not sing, it regarded. It was the kind of looking that felt like a kindness, neither accusation nor fear, only a steady permission for things to be seen as they are. In that gaze she walked, unhurried as dew across stone, and the air around her learned how not to tremble.
They have called her bright-eyed for as long as tongues have stitched stories. Glaucopus, which scholars still argue over in cool rooms stacked with papyri. Does it mean the glitter of sea glass, the blue-gray gleam of a storm made thoughtful, or the lamp-lit circle of an owl's patient stare? Perhaps all at once. Language is a net, she knows. Sometimes it catches fish. Sometimes it only shows us how water moves. The little owl, some say the very species that would one day bear her name, Athene noctua, tilted its head and watched the first seam of dawn unpick the hem of night. It did not hurry the light, only witnessed its quiet negotiations with shadow, as she did with men.
Below, the city that did not yet know it would be hers slept like a folded cloak. Stones kept their secrets. In a narrow workshop, a spindle turned where a hand had fallen still. Thread led from wrist to beam like a line left for morning to follow. A potter's wheel, still faintly warm, remembered the curve of a cup the way lips remember a prayer. And on a rooftop, a boy who had woken from a dream sat up and stared into the dark because something had stared back from it without malice. He could not say why, but he would carry that calm day after day until the calm had a name. The owl, satisfied, dropped to the courtyard wall and clicked a soft counsel that the boy would not hear but would heed. Go wisely, go awake. She stood at the edge of a grove, where olive leaves had not yet taken the sun but held, even in darkness, a kind of inward pallor. She liked that about them, their refusal to be either fully silver or green, their talent for living between. There is a rumor that owls found refuge among these trees because they like to sleep where daylight is sifted into kindness. Perhaps it is only rumor. Perhaps the owls chose the trees because she did. It is hard to separate cause from devotion when gods walk. She raised a hand and the owl came at once, not as a servant, not as a sign, but as a companion who understands that silence is also speech. Its heart ticked against her wrist, small, steady, sufficient. On nights like this, she instructed no one, and still the city learned. The guards upon the rough wall, unable to settle the argument between their eyelids and their duty, felt the argument decide itself. Vigilance was not suspicion, it was care. Wives waiting for the last drift of sleep to take them remembered a pattern in their weaving they had meant to try. Elders in the doorway dusted ash from their thoughts and considered whether a harsh word spoken at market might be rewoven into something like advice. Even the dogs, who believe that their barking holds the night in its place, saved their throats and chose listening. She moved through all of it the way the idea of a line moves through a circle, quietly, making structure without bruising it. There are those who will point to coins and say this is how a goddess keeps house among men. They are not wrong. Long after this hour, silver scraped from Lorien's dark bones would be struck into owls. Their square faces, forward and frank, beside her profile and the stubborn leaf spray of the olive. Trade would pass from island to island, not only as goods, but as glints of an agreement. That wisdom should be portable. That value should wear a face untroubled by midnight. Sailors would touch the stamped bird before untying their moorings, not to beg for favor, but to remember that seeing is a kind of steering. Even now, before the mint thought of itself,
She let the owl sit upon her palm and imagined that same gaze set in silver, a small sun to live in pockets. Is a coin a prayer or a promise? Historians will keep arguing. She only ever asked that it be honest weight.
Work and watchfulness, she stitched them together the way women stitch seam to seam, barely visible, somehow everything. The war god, if he had passed by, would have missed the victory here. No helmet thrown, no shout torn from a throat. Yet a victory all the same. The conquest of panic by poise, the soft mastery of attention over the thousand temptations to haste. The owl blinked, unseduced by noise, and in its blinking, an ethic. Look long before you leap. Narrow your pupils until falsehoods cannot find purchase. Widen them enough to accept a sky's worth of detail. She had never asked the night to end. She had only made it bearable.
If you, listening in your own quiet room, feel the small presence of that gaze, tell her where you are and what hour holds you. Is it deep night, where your window keeps a single star? Is it early morning with kettles just beginning their low speech? She wonders what clocks rule your rooms, what street lamps soften your streets, what names your cities whisper to themselves when they think no one hears. And if these journeys through old stories keep your mind serene as you drift, you might, with a gentle touch, subscribe to the entire history, so that night after night, when the world asks to be understood, we can meet here again where owls are patient and stories do not hurry. The owl lifted and floated along the ridge of the hill, mending as it went, not with thread, but with focus. It caught in its bright circle the wedge of a roof where rain had worried the clay. Tomorrow a mason would wake with the certainty to fix it without fuss. It pinned with attention the corner of a quarrel that had almost become permanent among two brothers. In the morning, one would make a joke, and both would pretend it had always been easy to forgive. It illuminated a footpath where stones had loosened under storms. In the light instead of the dark, a child would choose another way and keep both knees unbroken. These are small salvations. She is a goddess of such economies, the rescues no bard bothers to sing because they happen at right angles to glory, at scales too human for trumpets. Yet cities are made of them. Walls are only as brave as the hands that built them can be careful. Scholars, kind souls with candles and patience, still debate why the owl came to her in the first place. Was it because the bird hunts by listening, that its ear bones have learned the geometry of willingness? Was it their heads, round as a thought that refuses to tangle? Or because, unlike the hawk with his bright appetite, the owl waits, and waiting is a species of intellect? They will publish and argue in languages that themselves feel like old stone polished by use. She does not mind. Debate is a cousin of worship when it is done with dignity. Let them quarrel over feathers, she will tend to hearts. A wind began from the west, bringing a taste of salt. The owl swiveled, and so did she. There are rivals in every story, necessary as shadows for light to have contour. The sea makes its case with thunder and with fish. Trees make theirs with shade and with bread. Between them, a city must choose the music by which it will set its step. She walked to the brink where earth slopes down to the dazzled water and let the first gold write itself across the wave. Behind her, in the quiet groves, a child pressed an olive pit into the earth, not knowing why he felt compelled to do it, only that the thought would not leave him alone. Out on the reef, something like a trident sigh rose and fell. The owl returned to her wrist, urged by a future that smelled of brine and leaf, and somewhere beneath the soft clamor of gulls, the world prepared to ask a question, one that could be answered with a spring or with a tree. Dawn unrolled like pale silk over the ridge, and the sea, awakened by its own glitter, began to speak louder than the leaves. There is a kind of morning that asks for a decision,
And this was such a morning. The hill that would one day be crowned with white stone was still rough, a brow of earth and rock where goats found their clever paths. On that brow a ring of men and women gathered, farmers smelling of dust and honey, fishers salted by their nets, elders whose knuckles knew the family trees of olive and fig better than any scroll. Their king, more mediator than master, stood uncertain, as if holding a cup he feared to spill.
Stories disagree on his name and posture. Some say Cecrops, scaled and human, half remembering older kinships with the land. Others say he was only a man, tired and careful. Scholars still argue, and perhaps they should. Truth wears many garments in the wind. What does not change is the mood of the place, expectation like a taut string, a city not yet born but already listening for its first word. The sea spoke first. It does. Foam leapt like white stallions against the reef, and the air took on the taste of iron and far roads. He came with that taste, the god whose footsteps are measured by surf and hoofbeat, eyes the blue of a promise and a threat. When his trident struck the limestone, a spring shouldered out of the rock, bright and immediate. Shouts went up, relief raced through the crowd like a cool hand across a fevered brow. But then someone dipped a palm, put it to his lips, and flinched. Salt. Beautiful, yes, glistening and alive, but brine which makes a throat thirst for more of itself, and ships and spears. Some say instead of the spring he struck forth a horse, tossing its mane ready to break the horizon. The versions braid together like ropes, and each holds. A horse is a kind of sea on legs. A spring is a horse in stone. Both are momentum. Both tell a city to surge. He smiled with that fierce handsomeness that belongs to tempests and kings who like the sound of their own drums. Power, said the spring. Pathfinding, said the horse. The people tasted and trembled. Then a softer sound, the almost inaudible syllable of leaf upon light. She stepped into the ring without arriving, as morning does, sudden only to those who weren't paying attention. There was no thunder with her, only an assurance that thunder will not be needed if steadiness is chosen. She knelt, and those close by saw that her greaves carried dust like any traveler's. She set the butt of her spear where the trident had bitten and placed her open palm in the earth.
There is a grammar to generosity that needs no noise. What rose from her hand was not spectacle but future, a sapling with a silver underside to its leaves, as if moonlight had decided to stay for daylight. Roots already speaking to the shallow soil about patience, a promise of fruit that tastes of quiet and of lamps that can keep a scholar's night honest. The crowd did not gasp, they softened. That is a different thing. You may call it civic intelligence, the recognition that not every victory arrives on horseback, that sometimes the best drum is the human heart learning the rhythm of restraint. A gift, said the tree, that makes bread richer, wounds cleaner, darkness kinder. Who judges between a wave and a root? It should be a city itself if it wishes to become one. The king turned to the gathered souls, and to the ridge, and to the wind, because sometimes all three must be consulted. The elders, who had seen droughts prune a valley until children learned the taste of anger, let their fingers hover in the silver shade and felt a cool thought form. The fishers, whose eyes were in love with horizons, found themselves imagining storms deferred by good harbor law, the solace of oil rubbed into rope and skin. The young, whose blood likes hooves, peered into the leaves and saw not cowardice but longevity, a long gallop of years instead of a brief charge of days. Some say the women voted for the tree while the men for the spring. Some say the numbers were even, and lightning from Zeus tipped the balance. Some, more cautious, say it was never a count, but a consent, a leaning of many minds at once toward the branch that shelters argument itself. Historians keep debating. She did not mind. A city's birth certificate is always written by later hands. He, Lord of Tides, bristled. The sea does not enjoy losing. His trident withdrew from the stone with the sound of oaths unspoken. You choose slowness, he said, not kindly. She did not argue. She rarely wastes words where time will suffice. The sapling answered for her by lifting a new leaf to the light.
We choose continuity, replied the silent gleam, and the kind of strength that remembers. Even now you can walk where that choice was made, and hear salt and leaf debating the old debate. One to make you move, one to make you last. Cities must do both, but they must choose which song leads. If you, listening in your own room where the lamp hums and the night is in no hurry, feel that debate in your pulse, tell me where you are and what time keeps you company. Is it after midnight with rain at your window? Is it early evening with streets still warm from the day? I love to imagine these threads traveling from Athens' old ridge to your quiet corner of the world. And if this gentle journey suits your hours, you might softly subscribe to the entire history, so that night by night, across distances and clocks, we can keep this patient conversation with the past. The people placed hands upon the tree, not as if worshipping an idol, but as if greeting a neighbor who will share walls and weather. The roots took note of them, remembering each palm's warmth. Meanwhile, the spring went on gleaming, not insulted, only reassigned. Its salt would cure fish and teach prudence. Its shine would be a mirror in which ships could admire and question themselves. He turned, the god of sea lanes, and the horizon breathed with him. Resentful, yes, but also a little relieved, for even oceans tire of being asked to be everything at once. She walked the length of the ridge, and where she passed the ground knit itself into the suggestion of streets.
Not lines of conquest, but paths of encounter. A boy placed his ear to the bark and thought he heard the future learning to count in the patter of olives. A girl traced with her finger a leaf's pale vein and felt a plan unfurl in her mind, a plan with gates that open and close at the right hours, with laws that know when to say yes and when the rare, necessary no. Above them the owl folded into the tree like punctuation at the end of a wise sentence. "Will this make us safe?" someone asked, not aloud. "Perhaps not always," answered the shade, "but it will make you capable, which is safer than safety." Wind brought the smell of harbors and markets, of dialects learning to braid themselves into discourse. The city began to imagine itself not as a fort, but as a conversation held in stone and song. Later, there would be columns and dramas, and the dangerous glory of ideas. There would be ships and mistakes, and the beautiful stubbornness of trying again. For now, there was a small tree and the will to tend it. She descended toward the people, touching a shoulder here, a forehead there, as a weaver checks her tension, not to control, but to keep music in the thread. The war god watched from a distance and for once did not scoff. There is a dignity in choosing battles that even he can love. The sea sent a rumor of foam up the cliffs, a warning or a blessing, who can say? And the rumor broke into laughter among the children as they chased each other in the new shade. Evening would bring lamps, and lamps would sip oil, and oil would keep reading possible when the sun chose rest. If wisdom is a tree, perhaps victory is just a feather resting in its leaves, waiting for the right palm to open. And somewhere under that ridge, unnoticed, a root found a vein of moisture and tapped it gently, as if asking permission. The earth, surprised by such courtesy, obliged, and the long patience of a city began. The day had grown thoughtful, the way bronze grows thoughtful when light lingers on it, and from the edge of the grove to the infant streets a low murmur moved. Market talk, hoof and sandal, the soft percussion of tasks agreeing with time. She walked among them, carrying not a storm, but something that remembers storms, a hide dark as a cloud that had learned to be calm, ringed with a fringe like rain arrested mid-fall, and at its center a face neither fully dead nor fully awake, a moon of warning held in daylight. Some called it the skin of a goat who had once fed a hungry sky child. Some said it was lightning-made garment, thunder taught to obey. Others, more fearful, whispered of a serpent crept into a mask. Stories disagree as rivers do, but together they make a map. She lifted the thing and the air changed, not colder but clearer, as if dust had decided to confess and settle. The children who had been chasing each other through the olive shade paused without being told. The dogs tucked their boasting into their chests and sat. Even the hammers in the smithy found a slower, truer rhythm. This is what the world does when it meets a boundary that is also a blessing.
The war god, watching from the mouth of an alley, narrowed his eyes at the hide's quiet authority. "You wear fear on the outside," he muttered. "I prefer it on other people." She heard and did not answer. She simply lifted the rim so that afternoon could look at itself and remember its shape. A shadow rushed forward as if to test her. It became only shade, useful and cool. The face on the hide kept its sealed astonishment, that round O of stone memory. You might call it a mirror that refuses to flatter. You might call it justice when justice is merciful, present but not eager. She stepped to the wall where a sentry's hand, without knowing why, trembled. He had looked too long into a rumor of war, and it had stared back. Now he felt his knees argue with his duty. She laid the edge of the aegis, yes, let us give the old thing its old name, against his forearm. The leather kissed his skin with a chill older than the hill, older than the sea's tantrums. "Hold," said the contact. "Not forever, only until you can choose again." The tremble quieted, not because courage raged up like firewood, but because a steadier weather moved into him, a climate where duty grows without shouting. On the road below, a flock broke and reformed around a cart as water breaks around a stone. The drover lifted his stick and then lowered it, surprised to find no need. A band of youths, heady with the afternoon and the false immortality of unscarred shoulders, had been rehearsing a triumph they did not yet deserve. The aegis turned slightly toward them, and their fever became a game again, not a rehearsal. Sometimes salvation is merely the downgrading of an illusion. There are those who will tell you the hide was stitched from Amalthea's gift, the nurse of a ravenous infancy. Others will bring you Homer and speak of a storm shirt that only the thunder-bearer could shake. Some, with a scholar's careful voice, will point to the Gorgon and say that a god took a man's terror and mounted it where it could do least harm, not in the heart, but on the shield. Perhaps all three are true. What matters to the city is this: when she wears it, panic remembers where it belongs, outside. The face in the center, terrible in the way a closed door can be terrible if you wanted it open, is not there to drink blood, but to halt rashness. The fringe is a rain that chooses not to fall, and the whole, when lifted, makes clamor choose between speech and silence and be improved by either choice. She did not unfurl it often. Power that is always visible is an advertisement, not a protection. But when storms gathered in the mouths of alleys or mutiny rehearsed itself in a potter's shed, when a rumor proved sharper than any spear, she would draw the hide about her shoulders, and the rumor would spend itself against leather. The mutiny see its own face and be ashamed of its posture. A messenger from the docks came stumbling up the slope, panting, his tongue full of badly arranged sentences. A quarrel between captains, a boy struck, an old promise misremembered in the scent of wine. She turned and the aegis turned with her, a dark petal following the slow pivot of a patient flower. Down among the ropes and masts she did not shout. She let the hide face the quarrel until men who had been blustering found their words snagged on their own hooks. "Say it again," she invited, and each could hear to his surprise what he had actually said. A strange mercy to be confronted with one's voice. When the words were heard, the knots in them loosened.
An apology did not leap like a fish. It arrived like a tide that had reconsidered its manners. The boy was given a cool cloth for his cheek. The captains discovered the arithmetic of fairness, and the harbor sighed. The aegis drank a little of the harbor's glare and gave back shade. If, in your own far harbor of room and lamp, you have ever wished that the day would show you only what you can bear, tell me where the wish finds you, and what time keeps company with it. Are you on a night shift that turns the city inside out so the sleeping can wake to a tidier world? Are you just past midnight with pages under your hands, teaching your thoughts how to stand? I like to imagine your clocks and windows joining ours in this slow conversation, and if these gentle passages through old stone and older stories are a lantern at your side, you might subscribe to the entire history, so that wherever you are and whatever the hour, we can keep meeting where courage is steady and noise is taught to kneel.
She returned up the ridge as the first clouds began to gather into architecture. Thunder tried on its theater, rehearsing a growl behind the hills. She lifted the aegis again, not to threaten the sky, but to remind it that there are cities under its speeches. The lightning drew a line far away, a harmless scribble. One of the elders, brave in the manner of those who have outlived their fear of embarrassment, asked a question without pronouncing her name. Is it always necessary to frighten the world a little in order to save it? She listened to the sky thinking and then to the street thinking, and chose the street's answer. "No," said the angle at which she held the hide. "Only when frenzy will not listen to anything softer." The elder nodded, satisfied with being answered by posture. Words can be clumsy with sacred things. Toward evening she hung the aegis in the cool of the temple's inner porch. There it looked less like a weapon and more like a lesson. A moth landed on the fringe, mistaking the stitched rain for leaves. A girl followed her mother in and stopped, pinned by the face at the center. "Is it a monster?" the girl asked the air, which is the safest way to ask difficult questions. The air, which knew its catechism, let the question be a while. Then the girl noticed that her own breath had slowed without permission, and that her feet wanted to place themselves more deliberately. "Perhaps it is a mirror," she said, this time to herself, and went away with that small burden of thought like a coin in her pocket. The face, unblinking, did its work, not to petrify, but to persuade haste to become attention. Night braided itself into the olive leaves in the street corners. A flute in a courtyard tried 3 notes and found the 4th. Across the way, a loom said its quiet arithmetic. She wrapped the hide once more about her shoulders and stepped out under the first star, as a shepherd might lift a storm cloak, not because rain has come, but because weather is a kind of company. Far off, deep under the speaking sea, a rival beat his trident once against the floor of a palace that is also a rumor. The beat came up as a swell and drank itself on the reef. Closer, on the edge of the city that is no longer only a question, a boy touched stone with a chalky finger and traced the outline of a figure he could not yet name. Plumed, still, kind. He would go to sleep and dream of a face too bright to look at, and a hide too dark to fear. And tomorrow, when sun makes bronze think again, she will meet a name from her own past walking toward her, with a memory in its hands. A friend, or a ghost of one, and the gentle problem of how to honor what is lost without letting grief unteach the living. The evening came down in quiet layers, like veils laid one upon another by a careful hand. And in that softened world, the training ground lay open to the sky, a pale rectangle of earth where footprints remembered every argument between power and grace. She stood at its edge with her spear held not like a threat, but like a promise kept straight, and across from her waited the companion of her youth, the one whose name fit the mouth as naturally as breath. They had sparred through seasons, learning how courage behaves when watched, how mercy holds its stance even when armor sings. Tonight was for practice, the old kind that trusts in blunted tips and woven shields, the kind that makes muscles remember kindness first and triumph only after. A wind walked the perimeter, taking notes in the dust. The owls found the highest beam and sat as judges who prefer not to judge at all. Again, the ground seemed to say, and they obeyed. Step and feint, angle and measure, laugh withheld to save breath. It is a beautiful science, the geometry of two equal minds. Lines cross and become patterns a city could live by. To watch them was to learn the alphabet of restraint, and the trees bordering the yard leaned in to study. The first stars unraveled themselves over the rooftops. The lamps in nearby courtyards began their soft breathing, and the world looked on as if overhearing a song it did not want to interrupt. Then, the way a rain arrives from a clear sky because somewhere far off a mountain asked it to, mischance stepped through the door no one had seen. A glint found an angle neither had meant to make. A thrust meant for lesson clipped a tenderness never marked on any map. Silence covered the yard as if night had spilled from a broken bowl. One figure staggered, the other reached, too late, as always in stories where error chooses speed. A body folded with the strange dignity of the falling leaf, and the earth received it because that is the earth's ancient office. She knelt with hands that had never trembled in battle but did so now where there was no enemy to discipline. Breath examined the lips it would soon leave. The eyes that had read her movements since before cities had names tried to keep reading and could not. All weapons became gentle in that instant. Even the owls forgot their wisdom and made small, foolish sounds. There are griefs that do not scream lest they tear what they would comfort. This was such a grief. She held her friend's head with the care of one who has set down a crown on many brows and learned that the skull is always fragile beneath the idea of glory. In that embrace, she made a vow that had no audience and needed none. Names are the vessels we send downriver to keep company with what we cannot hold, and she took the nearest vessel into her hands. The air felt the vow lift, like a lantern, and carry a soul's weather forward where memory could live. From that night, the yard said, the city said, the world learned to say it after the elders had said it softly. She would keep the name of the one who had fallen, not to gather honor, but to shelter it. The syllables fit her crest like a feather that had always been waiting. The sound of it brushed against her cheek each time the wind remembered, and the wind is a faithful rememberer. What happens in the heart of a city when a great one mourns? Lamps burn steadier. The hammers leave a respectful space between blows. The mouths that love loudness lower themselves into the register where truth can be heard. She rose at last and walked the margin of the training ground, tracing the path where joy had run ahead and sorrow had followed at a distance until summoned. In her palm, a small weight, a token that would become a habit, a way of carrying a loss without asking it to become smaller. She hung it where every day would pass beneath it, not to frighten, not to boast, but so that those who came to learn the measured arts would lift their eyes and be educated by tenderness. A face carved into a charm, a plume braided with a memory, a leather strap that had crossed a friend's shoulder. Relics ordinary in themselves, made holy by the refusal to forget. From then on, those who drilled on that quiet earth understood a new rule, that excellence is not a ladder, but a circle, that the faster you move, the more carefully you must remember whom you are moving with. That victory with no room for remembrance becomes only appetite wearing a helmet. Word of the night moved outward, not like wildfire, too coarse, too consuming, but like dew, forming even on stones, teaching the city a shared coolness. Parents told their children that play has edges which must be honored the way we honor sleep, or prayer, or bread. Teachers adjusted their lessons to include the page where accidents are acknowledged and woven into wisdom rather than hidden under bragging. The warlike learned to bow before the unarmed, just for a breath, so that tomorrow would find them more exact. She set aside a portion of the yard as a small sanctuary. No drills there, only breath. No shouting there, only the soft arithmetic by which remorse does not destroy but refines. Even the sea, not always a patient listener, paused in its rehearsals of thunder, and let this gentler ordinance be heard along the docks. Sailors found themselves tying knots more carefully. Carvers left a grain's natural line unbroken where a younger hand might have forced it. In the groves, the olives did as olives do, turning sunlight into what will comfort a wound, and some whispered that the trees had learned this courtesy from watching her that night. Perhaps they had. Trees are the city's oldest students. If, where you are listening now, there is a name you keep in the quiet, someone whose absence has taught your days a new kind of attention, hold it for a moment and tell the night, if you like, where you are and what time cradles you. Are you in the small hours when streets forget to be brave, or in the early evening when windows begin to glow like patient embers? I like to imagine these shared minutes stretching from our old training yard to your room, making a bridge with no stones. And if these hushed journeys help your mind lie down as the world slows, you might gently subscribe to the entire history. So across countries and clocks, we can keep remembering together, with stories that make room for sleep. After the rites, the yard returned to itself because places, like people, understand how to carry both laughter and weeping without dropping either. A new pair of students stood where the footprints had blurred. They lifted their shields and learned how attention can be as light as a fingertip and as strong as a gate. Over them hung the token, unchanged, changing everything. She watched until their timing found that soft hinge between boldness and mercy, then turned toward the slope where the city's roofs climbed like calm waves. There was work to do, work there is always to do when a name has been kept. She would inscribe it upon her own, not with fanfare, but with the secrecy of vows that don't need witnesses. On coins yet unborn, on songs yet unsung, on the breeze that walks the walls at twilight, the joined name would go traveling, carrying two lives in one sound. And on battlefields to come, when rage tries to break its leash and fear tries to run loose among the tents, she would feel the tug of that remembered syllable and pause just long enough to choose the sharper kindness. The owls blinked approval. The wind put out a lamp where fire would have been an insult, and lit another where darkness would have been unkind. In the house of the city, someone closed a door softly so it would not wake a sleeping child. The night, which keeps all our vows in a ledger no hand can turn, entered another line. And somewhere, past the edge where the grove becomes starlight, and starlight becomes thought, the friend for whom she had borrowed a name was already remembered into safety, the only immortality that does not ask for noise, while the living, who need gentler victories than marble can display, learn to bow their heads for just a moment before raising them to meet the morning. Moonlight sifted like flour through the high windows of the hall where looms stood in a hushed procession, each a wooden harp waiting for its song, and there, In the half-lit hour when a city thinks with its fingers, a young woman drew the shuttle through the warp so surely that even the dust chose not to settle on her work, lest it mar the line. She was not famous. Fame is a noise that often comes too late, but her cloth had begun to travel in quiet ways. A border on a bride's veil that made two families braver, a mantle whose patterns slowed a quarrel because the men who wore it could not bring themselves to crease such patience, a wall hanging that made a room feel honest. People said she had no teacher. Perhaps the olives taught her. Their leaves, silver on one side, green on the other, instructed her in the grammar of contrast. Perhaps the river did, the way water finds a path even when a stone pretends otherwise. Or perhaps she had listened to the soft arithmetic of the loom itself, which will teach anyone who gives it enough hours that strength and yielding are not enemies, but partners passing a thread between them until a picture appears. She wove owls without knowing they were hers to borrow. She wove olive leaves that looked as if they might whisper if a wind came. She wove, once, a border of small shields in which no spear wished to live.
The neighbors began to tell a story, as neighbors do when wonder makes them nervous. It is a small step from how lovely to how dangerous, and a smaller step from that to no one could make this without a God's hand upon her. Praise can be a kind of laziness, fear wearing a ribbon. The story reached her, and she smiled the smile of someone who knows the hours her hands have paid. "Let your deities keep their sky work," she said, not cruelly but with the plainness of bread. "These patterns are human, and these calluses are their proof."
Such sentences, spoken above a shuttle's hush, drift upward. Olympus is a roof as well as a mountain, and roofs collect what rises, smoke, prayers, boasts. She heard, the one who had taught cities to think, she did not bristle. She does not bristle at skill. She came, unarmored, with her hair gathered back the way a craftswoman binds hers so the thread won't catch. She came the way a second lamp is lit from the first. No trumpet, only a widening of light. "May I watch?" she asked, voice set to the pitch that invites truth from things. And the young woman, Arachne, though names change their flavor when the story turns, nodded, pleased that someone's eyes would do her work the courtesy of attention. The shuttle moved. The goddess stood at her shoulder and felt her own palms grow warm, not with anger, but with recognition. That intimate blush of kinship between two minds that revere precision. The border told of vines that refused to tangle. The field held a blue. The weaver had coaxed from a plant that smells of the sea. A tiny owl nested in a corner as if keeping the cloth's dreams safe for morning. "You see," Arachne said at last, not boastful, only glad. "The cloth teaches the hand, not the other way around." The goddess's mouth softened. "Yes," she answered, "and sometimes the hand teaches the cloth to become more than cloth." Outside, neighbors leaned into shadow, hungry for scandal. They prefer thunder to conversation because thunder saves them the trouble of listening. Inside, the conversation continued in threads. Then came the hinge upon which the tale would turn. "They say," Arachne murmured, feeding the shuttle, "that the greatest tapestries belong to heaven." She paused, and the room paused with her.
"But look," she added, and with a sly gentleness that was not kind, she set herself to weave a story within the story, a border of gods behaving badly, their power turned playful and then careless, their disguises more like masks than lessons. No lie in it. Myths are full of such weather. Yet the purpose in her hand had shifted. It was no longer the exact happiness of craft. It had edged toward accusation, a way of winning by embarrassing the sky. She felt brave. Bravery is not always wisdom's cousin. The goddess did not flare. She stepped to the other loom and set her own warp, calm as a teacher taking an empty stool. Her shuttle flew quieter than breath.
In her cloth blossomed a city choosing a tree over a wave, a girl taught to carry a mystery without dropping or peaking, a hero shown the courtesy with which courage must be sharpened. Between the scenes, borders, olive and owl, order and mercy. Her panel did not excuse heaven, it remembered what heaven could be when it behaved. Two cloths grew, and with them two climates. One that finds fault like a thistle, one that finds form like a gardener. The neighbor's silence grew fat, full of appetite. When the last thread was pressed flat and smoothed, there were two maps on the walls of the room, one harshly true, one graciously true. Truths can quarrel without one of them being a lie. Arachne lifted her chin. "Judge," she said, to the sense of fairness that lives in the air when two good works stand side by side. The air hesitated. Even owls hesitate now and then. The goddess turned, not to the cloths, but to the girl. "What will you do with your triumph?" she asked, as if the verdict had already been given to the only judge who matters, the one inside the wrist that decides whether to throw or to offer. Arachne laughed. The sound was thin. "I will be known." "Yes," said the goddess, "you will." There are sentences which, spoken gently, carry more weather than a shout. The room felt the weather change. The young woman's hands, suddenly empty of the exact task that had steadied them, grabbed for pride the way a drowning person grabs for water. She reached to tear at her own cloth. Better to destroy it herself than to have it be judged by anyone else, and the goddess reached to stop her, not to humiliate, but to save the mind from breaking its favorite tool. In the reaching, you can see the pity that lives next door to discipline, borrowing salt and leaving bread. The touch carried a change. Threads remembered having been threads before cloth. Hands remembered having been clever before they were fists. The girl felt her fingers learn a new patience, one that would last as long as corners in rooms. She grew small without becoming lesser, delicate without becoming helpless. A web taught itself outward from her, bridge to frame, frame to beam, so slight that only dust and dew could count it, so sure that wind could not convince it to forget its plan. The room's appetite thinned into wonder. It was not a curse. It was a vocation shifted to a place where arrogance could do less harm and excellence could go on singing without becoming cruel. She hung between roof and light and began again to do what she was born to do, pattern the empty with intention until the air looked held. The goddess stood below and did not proclaim a victory. She felt the ache that comes when a lesson must share a wall with sorrow. "Learn this," said her silence to the listening city. That skill without humility becomes a knife that forgets it is also a spoon. That truth without charity is a winter without bread. That those who make must never despise the world that receives their making. The neighbors drifted away, chagrined that thunder had refused to attend, and in the quiet left behind a web shone, caught by a moon that knew how to praise without staring. Later, when anyone anywhere woke to find a porch corner strung with patient geometry, they would knock the air with a broom if they were hurried, or bless the corner if they were not. And somewhere in the counting house where the city keeps its subtler laws, it was written that a masterpiece is never only for its maker, and that hands, whether mortal or divine, must always remember how to bow to what they love. Night had put its cool hand on the shoulders of the islands, and the sea, feeling suddenly listened to, calmed its blue breathing. Somewhere beyond the last, low lights of fishermen, a young man stood at the lip of a shore that could not advise him. He had been given impossible errands before. Who among the living has not? But none with teeth like this one, none with a darkness that made even storytellers careful with their lamps. He waited not for courage, which is noisy, but for clarity, which walks softly. When it came in the shape of attention,
a woman beside him, not arriving so much as revealing that she had been there in the angle of the stars, in the logic of wind.
In her hand lay a shield that was also a question. How do you look without being devoured by what you look at? The bronze was bright, not gaudy. Its surface held the moon like a promise cupped in a steady palm. This, said the quiet around her, does not lie, but neither does it surrender your soul to the first terror that asks for it. The young man, Perseus, though names in such hours are less important than pulses, bent to see his own face turned into an emblem, softened and steadied by the metal's calm. Behind him, in the mirror, the waves became diagrams, the reef a chalk mark showing the safe path through teeth.
He did not lift the shield as heroes lift things for songs to admire. He lifted it the way a reader lifts a page, careful not to smudge the ink.
She taught him as the lamp teaches the page, without boasting, with the economy of someone who has measured 1,000 nights and found the few gestures that keep them from fraying. Do not stare, she said without saying. Do not be lured by the obvious eye, or you will discover how quickly flesh learns to imitate stone. Trust the reflection, for it carries truth with a gentler edge. She showed him how to angle the shield so that mountains refuse to become monsters, how to let his feet learn the grammar of backward steps without stumbling, how to listen for the tiny arithmetic of snakes moving where hair should be. Does that mean go slow? He asked very little, which is one of the ways the teachable announce themselves. The other is by how they hold a tool, not as an extension of appetite, but as a conversation with necessity. She fastened at his belt a pouch not much larger than a thought, room enough still for what the world would ask him to carry, and over his shoulders she let fall a darkness borrowed from elsewhere, a winged shade that would allow him to stand where standing was not invited. A curve of metal, a bag for news, a night that could be worn. It was not the inventory of a slaughterer. It was the kit of a student who has agreed to sit an exam where the invigilator is merciless. The islands thinned to black punctuation marks on a silver line. He rose into the air the way a certainty rises in the mind after long confusion, not suddenly, but with a hush that makes the heart careful. She walked with him where walking is a matter of will, over water and then over rock that had learned to hoard moonlight. Below them, a garden that did not wish to be visited breathed its cold perfume. The sisters slept as only guardians can, one eye always a little open inside their skulls. Their braids lay like theme and variation across shoulders used to patience. He hovered not above them, but above the problem that had brought him here, a beauty so broken by a god's carelessness that terror had grown where praise should have bloomed. There are versions that blame her. There are versions that ask better questions. He did not judge. He learned the landscape of the cave by learning the map in the shield. Stalactites become stalagmites in reverse, a slow music of stone written backward. The snakes made their little, restless penmanship across the mirror's edge, spelling the alphabet of warning. In such hours, a mind needs an anchor that is not a fist. He found it in her presence beside him, not crowding, not withdrawing, but lending his breath the steadiness with which true craftsmen hold theirs. He moved as one moves through a library at night, the shield angled so that the aisle ahead exists only in reflection, the hand with the blade obedient to the hand with the bronze. No hero's roar, no superstition dressed as technique, only the attention that has saved more lives than any miracle. The face in the shield flinched at nothing. It recorded. It offered. It taught him the narrow line between seeing and staring. And then, because every patient geometry has its decisive point, he took the step that placed him where the world would ask him to be exact. The blade fell as the earlier blade had fallen when a different birth needed midwifing, not cruelly, but with a kindness harsh enough to end a lie. The body learned stillness it had not wanted. The snakes unlearned their writhing. In the mirror, dawn crawled 6 breaths closer than the sky admitted. He gathered what needed gathering, not like a hunter, but like a steward who knows that even dangers, rightly housed, can become protections. The pouch took its new weight and did not sag. The guardians woke fully, and keened the way stone keens when a chisel finds the line it had always meant to become. He turned not to gloat, but to go. The winged darkness remembered how to be light. A chase began that would have become a tragedy if rage had been allowed to choose the ending. But rage does not get to choose when certain minds have made other preparations. The shield learned a second use, not only to protect the eyes of the beholder, but to return to the world, a truth in a way it could survive. Stone met the gaze it had taught to men and learned, at last, humility. A cliff that had strutted for centuries forgot its pride in a single glance and became useful again, a column the sea could lean against. She kept pace with him as allies do who do not need to be thanked at every turn. Once, among palms, when fear made his wrist clumsy and a fruit dropped too soon and split like a heart, she moved his hand as one moves a child's hand on a tool, and the hand remembered itself.
When he came at last to the place where gratitude could breathe, the sky's lid already lighter, it was not victory that filled the air, but relief, the gentler sister of triumph, and the one cities can live on. He set the shield down and knelt beside it. In the reflective field, his face looked not older, but truer, not triumphant, but taut. She took back the bronze, not as a lender takes back collateral, but as a teacher receives an instrument after a lesson well played. The metal held a new shine, not polish, but a patina of used purpose that great tools wear like earned quiet. "What have you learned?" asked the sea by lifting a small wave and letting it fall without insistence. He could have answered many things. That terror cannot be bargained with, only outflanked. That looking sideways is sometimes the straightest way to the goal. That a tool is a kind of prayer if the hand that holds it is willing to become still. But he only touched his brow, where attention had left its cool blessing, and bowed, a gesture the gods understand better than speeches.
She stored the shield where dawn keeps its first discretion. Once or twice she turned it so it faced herself, not to admire but to examine. How am I doing the work I claim to value? The bronze told no lies. It never does. It showed a woman who brings order without bleaching color, who asks the day to behave without making it dull. In the distance, on other coasts, other young people would hear the same lesson told differently and find in its echoes the tools they needed. A student memorizing the right refusal to look at what would petrify her. A judge learning how to angle mercy so justice does not blind him. A city figuring out where to place its gaze so that monsters become problems and problems become plans. Evening took the islands back into its arms. On a far wall in a simple home, someone had hung a bright pan polished so sharply that it threw back the room like a second room without dust, and a mother, bent over the cradle's sigh, saw in it her own fatigue translated into patience. She smiled because reflections, when used well, are ways of forgiving the day without lying about it. Out at the edge of the sky, the pouch's weight turned into a new kind of boundary, a warning not to approach certain places with naked eyes or naked appetites. The sea acknowledged the lesson with a single, thoughtful wave. And she, whose gifts are often mistaken for weapons when in fact they are instruments, walked the line of the shore until footprints appeared where there had been no sand. And the moon, smiling at the shield's resting gleam, folded its light like a letter to be opened in the next dark cave where a mirror would be braver than a sword. Night had not yet surrendered, yet the marble already remembered daylight. the way pale stone seems to store a ghost of noon and give it back to the hour before dawn. Steps rose in long, patient flights, each tread rehearsing the lift of a city's breath. She climbed without hurry, and the columns, still asleep, recognized her by failing, very slightly, to remain still. A tremor passed along their drums like a rumor that has learned not to raise its voice. Up close, the columns were not as straight as pride imagines. They swelled with that subtle kindness builders call correction, the human mercy in stone that keeps lines from looking dead.
A finger traced the curve no measuring rod would boast of, and found there a decision that truth, to be beautiful, must sometimes bend, that eyes require a persuasion gentler than rigorous right angles can provide. Beneath her sandals, the platform breathed its own shallow arc, a ship's back made of rock, and the temple rode upon it as a steady vessel rides a thoughtful sea. Wind arrived with respectful steps and combed the capitals with a monk's patience, reading their scrolls as though script might be hiding there. Nothing hurried, yet everything leaned toward day. Inside, the air waited with a listening particular to sanctuaries and workshops, the two rooms where exactness is a form of devotion. A faint sweetness lived there, the secret of cedar chests and the shy tang of oil taught to burn without smoke. She stood where men had once stood with chisels and doubt. Their ghosts were not loud. They left behind the quiet brag of joints that still fit, of blocks that learned to bear each other's weight with the discretion of old friends. A name flickered along the wall like a moth seeking its lamp, Phidias, and with it the breath of assistants whose names history misplaced, but whose hands remembered the same grammar, to give weight to a knee without making it heavy, to teach a fold of drapery to fall as if it were thinking, to let a lip know how to suggest a word it chooses not to speak. Ivory waited like frost in a shaded garden. Gold dozed, unthreatened by thieves in a story that prefers reverence to alarm. Somewhere water kept its slow, temple calm. Some say a shallow basin, some say a trick of lamplight, some say a lake of patience, perfect for catching the reflection of a face meant to frighten only evil and reassure the rest. She walked toward the center where a figure once stood so tall it made children believe in heights without fearing them. The room remembered her measure, the way a glove remembers a hand, the way a city remembers the stride of the person for whom it was named. She did not demand adoration. She left that to lesser beings. What she required was attention, the bringing of one's whole self into the presence of what has been carefully made. In that space, attention had been paid in gold and patience, flesh taught to glow without heat, eyes that would not burn the beholder, a palm that held a small winged victory as one might hold a sparrow, loose enough for flight, sure enough for trust. A small flame had once kept vigil before her, drinking oil that had learned the discipline of clean burning. Its light did not flatter. It made the surrounding dark honest, so that the brightness of the figure would be surrounded by a truth that felt like night, not ignorance. Outside, across the plain of stone, the friezes went on speaking in their quiet, crowded way. Horses made of will, girls whose braids were as strict as their kindness, elders with the sort of faces that cities consult when laws tremble. Some think those riders circle the building forever in the long conversation of a festival that made a city know its own feet. Others, reading deep into the folds and the glances, say there is a darker remembrance there, a tale of sacrifice hidden in daylight like a bruise under olive skin. Scholars still argue, and perhaps they should. Argument is one way we lay wreaths upon difficult truths. She let them speak. In her hearing, the hoofbeats did not stomp the stone. They stitched it, making a seam along which thought could travel without tripping. Somewhere on another panel, a river lifted its elbow and leaned, amused, while battle rehearsed itself with grace enough to prevent true harm. The gods sat where gods sit in such carvings, not above so much as adjacent, as if to suggest that heaven is a neighbor when cities behave.
The procession that once climbed here still climbed, made now of memory and morning mist. Girls balanced baskets of question and answer on their heads. Boys led animals whose trust was a soft rope. Men who had spoken in assemblies kept their mouths closed and let their calves debate the slope. The cloth that would be given, woven perhaps in a room like the one where a spider learned humility, lay folded and private, a secret that everyone knew and no one explained. The city liked such secrets. They were a way of keeping its pride from spilling. At the top, where air becomes thinner and thoughts taller, there was the meeting, the exchange unfinished even when it ends, between the city and the one who knows what to do with pride when it behaves and when it misbehaves, to seat it at the right table, to give it work, to keep it from eating the bread of gentler virtues. She touched the threshold where sandals had kissed grain after grain into mild shining. Stone will take the polish of devotion and wear it like a lullaby. The lion-head waterspouts along the eaves tilted their permanent roars toward the courtyard. Once they had spat rain like disciplined soldiers, now they kept quiet company with swallows. Far below, roofs gathered themselves as if tidying for inspection. The olive groves lay like green thoughts, unafraid of being thought again. She looked down and saw the city arranged not as a conquest, but as a conversation. Market near fountain, school near shade, dock near law, dance near work. Temples do not make such geometries alone, but they lend the long patience by which a people tries and tries until the angles please both eye and conscience. Word travels strangely in a place like this, falling from the ceiling like coolness. It told her a rumor that centuries would repeat and embroider, that this house of hers had kept not only prayer but treasure, that it was a vault as much as a vow. She did not take offense. A city must store what it fears to lose, and sometimes the safest place for coins and confidence is the same room. Still, she would prefer the finer treasuries, the ones made of measured laws and citizens who know how to argue without breaking. Marble bears witness but cannot adjudicate. It needs voices. On festival days, the voices would come. On ordinary days, this quiet was a different feast. A dove landed and walked a few ceremonial steps before forgetting its ceremony. The first heat of sun laid a hand along a column and found there the cool it had been seeking. The stone, polite, offered its shoulder. A mason's mark, tiny, tucked into shadow like a joke told against oneself, winked, pleased to have lasted past its maker's breath. She paused before it the way one pauses before a craftsman in the street. With a nod that is not a bow, with the respect a god owes a human who has done one thing well. Attention is a currency older than gold, and she paid in full. There are nights when she hears this hill speaking in several tenses at once. What was, what is, what the city promises itself it will become. This morning carried all three like threads between finger and thumb. Soon the town would wake, and sandals would knock politely at the stairs, and a priest would rehearse the order of necessary graces, and children would count columns with their chins lifted because counting upward makes the heart brave. She would be gone before the official words began. She liked to leave ceremonies to those who needed them. She liked to arrive when the janitors were still sweeping starlight from the floor. Down the steps again, through the corridor where coolness is a kind of law, she moved like an answer that does not hurry to catch the question. Behind her the columns resumed their self-control, and the carvings kept telling their long patience to a sun that had seen too many small tempers on other hills. The lamp inside would be trimmed, The oil would behave as it always does when asked politely. The face of the figure would receive the day without flinching. Somewhere along the northern wall, a patch of stone that had once been broken and then mended kept its dignity, a quiet proof that repair is a form of beauty.
And out beyond the precinct, a boy with chalk and a girl with a string measured the street between them and discovered that it was exactly long enough for a game and a friendship.
The city began to hum. She listened for a moment, pleased that the hum had no single note of panic in it, then turned toward the slope where groves breathe and laws grow roots. Far off, the sea rolled its shoulders and agreed to be horizon rather than storm, for now. On another day, she would walk where a chest once hid a child who belonged to earth and idea at once. On another, she would show a tired king how to choose words over spears. But for this morning, it was enough that the temple had remembered how to be calm, and that calm, like lamplight on well-kept gold, was already traveling down the steps into the city that bears her thought. Night lay lightly over the cedar chests in the hush of an upper room where dust motes drifted like slow confetti from an invisible celebration. And there, between scent of wood and oil, between a lamp's shy circle and the breathing dark, rested a small coffer bound with bands the color of rain-wet bronze. The lid was plain, only its plainness was a kind of eloquence, the way a closed mouth can suggest a story that prefers to be told later. She brought it herself, carrying the box not like a burden, but like a seed whose time had not yet ripened. And when she set it down, the floor remembered the weight. The way a lake remembers a quiet stone. 3 maidens watched, daughters of a king old enough to recognize the windings of fate when they tug at household things. They were not saints, only careful girls with hands trained for water and thread. Girls whose names, Aglauros, Hers, Pandrosos, would one day sound like bells along the lanes of the city. For now they were simply daughters sitting in the lantern glow, their eyes the color of good obedience. She laid her palm upon the lid as one calms a skittish foal and spoke with the courage that keeps secrets gentle. "Keep this closed," she asked, "until I say otherwise." It was not a threat, it was a trust dressed in plain clothes. The air, which often forgets to keep quiet, kept quiet. In the room like a harbor, the chest was a ship with its sail furled, purpose waiting. The city downstairs dreamed its ordinary dreams, loaves that would be bread by noon, jars that would be emptied and then filled again, a quarrel that would apologize to itself and end without witnesses. Above, the lamp stitched its small gold square onto the floor, and inside the chest something breathed with the seriousness of an oak before it becomes a forest. Stories hurry to name him Erichthonius, the earth's child, child of a confusion in a forge, a gift shepherded by a goddess who prefers order to rumors. Yet for this hour he was only pulse and possibility, a cradle that had learned to be secret. She stood a little apart, not because distance was needed, but because reverence knows how to make room around what must grow. Serpents, say some, coiled there as guardians, not hissing, but present the way border stones are present, signs that a future will have edges. Others, more careful, speak only of a garment, a veil within, and of a warmth. Either way the hush held. The maidens nodded, their braids tight as their promises. She left with the measured grace of one who knows that patience is not abdication, but another form of care. Time, which is often a faithful secretary, wrote the next hours with slow pens. Early bells made a silver ladder down the stairwell of morning. Feet hurried across courtyards that had not yet decided to be noisy. A jug turned its clay mouth toward a stream and forgot to complain about weight. The chest sat still. The girls moved as girls do when given a task that is both simple and enormous. They kept the floor tidy around it. They kept their voices low. They let their work be honest and unshowy so that waiting might feel at home. But waiting is not an easy guest. It asks for a chair and a cup, and then it asks for your thoughts.
The oldest began to wonder, and wondering tugged at the ribbon of the mind until the bow came loose. What is kept calls to what keeps? That is the oldest magnet. The middle sister listened, and her listening became a thin string that hummed even when she busied her hands. The youngest, who had the delicate courage of those who like to obey, sat close by the lamp and recited to herself the shape of the promise as if it were a prayer. Keep it closed, keep it closed, keep it closed. The room learned 3 different kinds of breathing. Below, the city argued kindly with itself. On the slope, an olive leaf turned over to show its secret silver. On the wall, a sentry counted the beats of his own heart to check that it had learned steadiness. At the dock, a boy dipped a rope in oil and watched it learn to last. Above, an hour leaned against an hour until afternoon became a thought instead of a number. The oldest daughter rose and walked a circle that ended, as circles do, where it began. By the chest, her fingers hovered. Promise and curiosity, those old cousins, bowed to each other in her wrist. She touched the band just to feel the coolness that means time is behaving.
The middle sister stood beside her, eyes like coins that have not yet been spent. The youngest said nothing and everything, holding the room's attention the way a small flame holds a vigil.
There is a moment, always, when a lid is more than wood. It is a law. Perhaps the house sighed. Perhaps a moth startled. Perhaps nothing happened at all except that the oldest sister's courage slipped into its mischievous mask and called itself need. The band slid. The lid lifted, only a little, the width of disbelief, and air moved in and out with the politeness of a guest. Some say a serpent rose then, guardian and omen, and the girls' minds broke in the way minds break when they see a future they are not yet large enough to hold. Some say they saw a child coiled in his own miracle, half soil, half idea, a tender contradiction swaddled against the world's draft, that what undid them was not horror, but the shock of holiness being small. Let the scholars keep their parchment debates.
The city remembers only that 2 were unmade by what they had not been asked to know, and 1, Pandrosos, whose name keeps a dew's tenderness, kept her place by staying faithful to the given hour. Down in the street, a pot cracked as if echoing the moment. At the wall, the sentry wiped his brow without knowing why. She returned as one returns who has been listening to roofs and rules all morning. The room told her before the sisters could. The air was wrong, thin where it should have been plain, fluttering where it should have been still. She saw the little angles of disturbance, the way light clung to the lid's lip, the way dust had chosen new orbits, and she knew. Grief is not always a wail. Sometimes it is a straightening of the back before one lifts the heavier of 2 baskets. She crossed the floor and closed what had been opened, not with anger, but with a care so exact that even the moth felt forgiven. If serpents had risen, they lay down. If wonder had leaked, she gathered it back as one gathers spilled grain. She touched the heads of the sisters, tender even where rebuke must live, and in that touch, the law learned mercy and the room learned breath. She warned a city by teaching a story rather than by throwing a thunderbolt. Lessons that arrive without screaming last longer. Then, because a promise kept is also a direction, she took the chest to where earth remembers its own children best. There, under cedar and rule, under a roof that knows how to listen, the small life would be taught how to wear the paradox it had been given. To be of soil yet citizen, to be born of a confusion and to teach clarity, to grow legs that know the city's hills and a mind that knows its laws. He would become, as such children do in patient myths, a founder without telling anyone so, A man whose knees remembered the weight of a goddess's caution, and whose hands, when they touched a plow or a scepter, felt the wood advise them. Later, the city would parade him in its memory with snakes at his feet and wisdom at his brow, and visitors would nod at the image without quite knowing why their hearts had been steadied.
As for the sisters, the city kept them in two ways at once, with sorrow where sorrow was owed, and with gratitude for the one who kept the dew upon her promise. Festivals would wind up the hill with quiet threads of memory woven through their clamor. Baskets would be carried by other girls who had been told a story that made their spines strong. And somewhere in the careful labyrinth of rites, a reminder would be placed like a small stone in a shoe. That knowledge which is not yet ours can hurt us, that obedience is not cowardice when it protects what must first learn to breathe, that doors are also teachers.
The room where the chest had rested went back to being a room, as rooms mercifully do. The lamp burned a little longer than the oil promised, as lamps sometimes do when a city has behaved. Outside, along the ridge, the olive leaves practiced their two-tone wisdom, and a breeze chose to be a messenger rather than a rumor. Far off, the sea reconsidered its temper and rolled its glitter more like a thought than a threat. That night, she walked the outer walls, not because danger prowled there, but because love often does. Beneath her, Greece turned like a patient wheel, grinding grain and grievances into something edible. Children slept, and in one sleep a boy dreamed of a chest he must not open and woke with a new respect for lids. In another, a girl dreamed she was a serpent who had learned to sit quietly in the presence of wonder. The city, having kept a secret, slept more soundly because it had practiced being worthy of trust. And the small one inside his guarded hour turned in his silk of shadows and pressed his palm against the future. The future, feeling the size of the hand that would one day shape it, pressed back as gently as bread dough returns the kindness of the baker. Above, the stars resumed their patient blinking, those old custodians of closed boxes and promises kept, and the goddess, whose attention is a kind of architecture, let the night finish its sentence without interruption. For some births, like some cities, arrive best when watched and not rushed. The forge kept a different kind of night, thicker, copper-scented, full of the low animal breathing of bellows and the red thoughtfulness of coals. In that heat that does not hurry, the shapes of usefulness waited, seeds inside ore, and he moved among them with the limp that had become a kind of rhythm, a music the anvil understood. Sparks lifted, brief constellations making and unmaking themselves above the horn of the anvil, and each flare wrote, for the width of a blink, the letter of a tool's true name. He pressed, he turned, he listened. Hammers in lesser hands are a language of shouting. In his they were grammar, subject and verb, and the modest, necessary conjunctions that keep a sentence honest. She came without storm, as she prefers to approach places where attention already burns. The door sighed at her touch, an iron hinge remembering its manners, and the little gods of the workshop, the ones that live in shelves and rags and jars of oil and never ask to be named, stilled themselves to watch. He did not startle. Those who honor work learn to greet visitations as they would good tools, with welcome without fuss.
His face, lined by heat and habit, kept its calm. His eyes, color of cooled iron, lifted with the respect craftsmen reserve for those who do not waste their time. No armor gleamed on her. This was not a hall for parade. The owl would not have liked it here, the air too thick for easy wings. But if it had come, it would have learned a new kind of quiet, the quiet of metal deciding what it will become. She set her palm on a bench, worn to an argument softener by decades of elbows, and leaned as workers lean, at the angle of partnership. "I have a question," she said, though her voice carried the answer as dawn carries day. "What does strength look like when it remembers its purpose?" He tipped the bar in his tongs. presenting its glowing length like a sentence not yet finished. "Like this," he replied, and let the hammer speak, not a blow, a series of courtesies, tap, turn, draw, the old dance in which heat is asked to shorten itself into form. The bar's orange slowly darkened along its spine, the corners settled into decisions, a curve confessed itself. She watched without haste, and in watching taught even the fire to be attentive.
There is a kinship between their offices that stories cannot help complicating. He with his soot and stubborn beauty, she with her clean lines and counsels. He with birth from fracture, she with birth from skull. Both midwives in their ways, both allergic to chaos that does not volunteer to be reformed. On a high shelf lay things that were not things yet. Blanks, patterns, a quiet army of almosts. She traced a finger along a wooden template that suggested a handle wrapped to please the palm. The future comfort of strangers was present in that curve. At the back wall, a rack kept the shapes of promises, plowshares that would translate stubborn ground into bread, chisels that would teach stone to agree with light, hinges that would give doors the dignity of swinging true, and yes, spearheads, because the world does not always behave. She lifted one of these last with the care a librarian gives to a book that has been useful too often. "Do you ever grow tired," she asked, "of making the instruments that teach men to forget what their mothers whispered?" He smiled, a small, crooked thing stronger than pity. "I grow tired of badly made ones, a tool that wastes blood, insults both the living and the dead. If the day insists on spears, let them be straight enough to end mistakes quickly." She set the point down as a schoolmaster sets chalk. They moved together through the shop, his limp and her measured stride finding a third gate that belonged to neither and both. At a bench near the door, a fragment lay, bronze that had remembered the wrong shape for too long. He handed her a file. She took it as she takes counsel with both hands. The rasp sang its thin song, shavings curled like burnt feathers, and the edge learned how not to be cruel by accident. Work has its catechism, and they recited it without speaking. Measure twice. Let metal cool so that it will not hold a grudge. Praise a joint that fits without calling attention to itself. Consider the wrist that will lift what you are shaping. Imagine the day when this thing is old and decide whether its oldness will be dignified. He showed her a flaw in a casting, a bubble slick as a lie. She nodded and marked it with a tiny cut no one else would notice, the way a judge marks a precedent he hopes will never need to be cited again. Some nights the forge also remembers birth, and a rumor of that memory ran between them like a draft that knows a hidden door. A long time ago, some say, folly danced near her and spilled, and he, confused, desirous, ridiculous in the way gods may be ridiculous when they forget the courtesy due their betters, reached for her and found only his own clumsiness. From that misstep came a child who belonged as much to soil as to sky, and the city learned that even errors can be fostered into wisdom when tended by careful hands. She did not rehearse the scene. It was not a night for gossip. Instead, she paused before a cradle-shaped crate filled with rods of varying temper and placed her palm lightly over the wood. He watched and understood. "We are both obliged," he said, "to turn accidents into instruments, and to teach those instruments to serve more than appetite," she added, and the coals breathed agreement. Outside, the moon changed shoulders, and the olive leaves told each other a story about wind. In the alley, a boy carrying a broken hinge paused because he heard, through the cracks of the door, the sound the city makes when it repairs itself. He would knock tomorrow, and the hinge would be made to remember its duty, and in remembering, a quarrel between neighbors would end. The smallest salvations are the ones that keep the largest from being needed.
He set a lump on the anvil, and she, without instruction, took the second hammer. The lighter one balanced for a generous hand. They fell into the rhythm that lives at the heart of good work, his strike deep and deciding, hers guiding and exact, the anvil answering with its old syllable, the bellows offering breath, the quench waiting like a cool thought. A loop lengthened into a link into a chain, and somewhere between third and seventh strikes, the idea ceased to be bits and became unity. "It is strange," he said, resting, "how often I am asked for chains." "Make them humane, then," she answered, "so they will embarrass their owners." He laughed, and laughter in a forge is a kind of blessing. Flame lowers its shoulders when it hears it, and smoke chooses a door. They set the chain aside and turned to a breastplate whose plates did not yet agree with one another. "Lend me the pattern," she said, and he brought a cloth marked with chalk, the ghost of a body drawn in ticks and curves. She adjusted a line at the heart. "Here," she murmured, "leave a breath's room so that courage is not mistaken for tightness." He watched her not as a rival but as a schoolmate who recognizes a shared devotion. "And here," he said, moving to the shoulder, "let the arm rise without complaint." They went on thus, two exact minds tidying the world's armor so that it would be less likely to turn its wearers into statues of themselves. Toward the back of the shop a shape stood, shrouded in canvas, at once humble and arrogant the way all unfinished wonders are. She lifted the edge and saw an idea sleeping. Not a weapon, not a throne, not a frivolous boast, but a machine with teeth set in curves. A promise to multiply a certain human effort without multiplying harm. "Will it be kind?" she asked. He considered, hand in beard, which smelled of smoke and cedar. "If the one who turns it is." She let the canvas fall. "Then the city must learn to choose its operators as carefully as its tools." A long silence followed, filled with the crisping music of cooling iron and the tiny, triumphant fizz when a drop of water finds a coal. Silence in such rooms is never emptiness. It is inventory, the mind setting parts on a bench and sorting them by purpose. At last, she lifted the aegis from a peg near the door, not to frighten the fire, but to let heat see itself and behave. The Gorgon's astonishment, held at the center like a question that has finally met its answer, quieted the last stray frenzy in the shop. She draped the hide over a beam, making a patch of disciplined shade. He poured oil into a lamp and trimmed the wick until the flame remembered the shape of modesty. "When you leave," he said, "I will make hinges for a school and rivets for a ship, and an axe to fell a tree that will become a beam, and nails for a door that should have been mended last year." "And I," she said, "will use them to keep rooms honest, ships obedient to law, beams friendly to weight, doors faithful to their hour." They nodded, and the nod was a vow. She stepped into the alley where night had cooled, and he turned back to the anvil, where morning is always being made before the sky admits it. Along the wall, in tidy ranks, the tools glimmered, hammers with their differing tempers, tongs like slender hands, files that teach edges to be trustworthy, and the forge, pleased with itself, settled to a purr. Far off, down in the quarter where merchants argue and children invent games with rules that change kindly, a man paused beneath a lamp to read a new decree, nailed with new nails to a newly hung door. The decree was fair, the nails were true, the door swung without complaint. Somewhere, a spearhead cooled and learned restraint. Somewhere, a plowshare cooled and learned generosity. And in the breath between both, the city, listening to the duet of iron and intention, prepared to choose, once again, words over spears.
The day had sharpened itself on rumor until even the grass seemed to hold a blade, and at the edge of the plain 2 lines of men breathed in unison like rival lungs. Shields were the color of old storms. Spears made a forest out of hurry. Between them, a low ridge where goats used to choose their arguments now carried a different quarrel. Who owned the river when summer did not keep its promises? Voices had failed. Then voices had shouted. Then voices had put on iron. Dust rose with the fragile dignity of things that do not know whether they are about to become cloud or stain. She came without thunder.
The wind noted at first the small correction it makes when someone precise arrives, and carried the news along the spear tips until wrists remembered that they were attached to men. She did not step between the armies. She stepped beside them, as one walks beside a feverish child. Her helm was quiet, the crest lifted like a thought. In her hand there was no drawn blade, only the staff that once taught youths to measure their paces. The owl hovered at a distance where counsel can still be heard. She looked, and looking was the first command. When she turns her gaze on a field, noise falls into categories. Haste discovers it has relatives called sequence and pause. She saw the trouble, a mouth of river narrowing into hunger, reeds that remembered fuller years, a channel whose lip had been cut higher on one side by men with more tools than patience. To the east, jars stood waiting in carts, their roundness hoping to be useful. To the west, herds edged toward the water with the anxious obedience of creatures who understand that their master's mistakes are theirs to suffer. She lifted her staff and drew its end through the dust, not a line between the armies but an ellipse around the problem, as if to say, the center of this circle is thirst, not you. Some men frowned, disappointed to discover they were not the subject. Disappointment in such hours is a sign of possibilities. She asked for the elders not because age is magic, but because memory often remembers how cities do not die. They came with knees that told the truth and eyes that had watched too many suns become slogans. She seated them on the ridge as if arranging stones so a wall will not collapse. Then she asked for the youngest who could still carry a jar without stumbling. Boys and girls stepped forward, freighted with the attention children wear when adults discover they are witnesses. Between elders and children, she set a bowl, wide, shallow, clean, and poured oil into it until the surface held a perfect sky. "Look," she said to both armies at once, "and tell me what you see." They saw themselves, of course. Reflections confess us to ourselves. "Yes," she murmured, "and now speak as if the one you see must still be able to meet your eyes tomorrow." The captains came, stiff with the momentum of speeches they had been polishing for days. She let them empty their pockets of rhetoric, the old claims, the old pride, the boasts that are really fears with helmets on. When they were done, she did not answer. Silence in her company is never a void. It is a reservoir that fills with a better idea. "This is what I propose," she said at last, and her voice made hills remember their shapes. 3 measures of water, morning, noon, and dusk, divided not by appetite but by number. The weir lowered by 2 hands' breadths where it was raised, with the removed stones kept for flood. The reeds harvested only on days when the moon is not fat, so fish may breed in quiet. A canal begun together so that blame will not know where to live. Guards from both sides, chosen for patience, not for height. And when the jars are filled, a 10th poured first into the ground under the oldest olive, that the tree may remind you what a victory that doesn't bruise looks like.
A roar would have ruined it. What happened instead was an awkward cough of relief from the plain, as when a stubborn lock admits it was always a door. One captain started to object. The mouth opens by habit before the mind arrives, but the elder's eyes, resting in the bowl's calm, made him remember the taste of shame and the usefulness of swallowing. "Who will guarantee this?" he asked, a last spear thrown without intention to hit. She lifted the staff and pointed to the children with their jars. "They will," she said, "for they will carry the water, and they will know if you have lied." She turned to the boys and girls. "If a guard cheats, sing. If a captain forgets, sing. If your fathers try to make the river run like a trumpet instead of a hymn, sing until even the goats stop to listen. Let the city be embarrassed into wisdom." They set to work, and the work itself taught them more than any oath. Men who had faced each other over edges now shouldered the same slabs, wading to their shins in the cool arithmetic of a corrected current. A spear became a lever, a shield became a sled. Laughter discovered it could live in a throat that had been practicing a war cry. The river, pleased, rehearsed a broader language along its banks. The first measure was taken when the sun sat where a judge sits. Jars tilted, ropes tightened, shoulders learned how to bear the weight of reason. The 10th was spilled at the olive's foot, and the ground drank like a citizen who prefers law to luck. On the ridge, the elders watched and allowed themselves the luxury of breathing, as if time were generous again.
You may ask how a goddess of war makes such peace without insulting her office. She does not think peace is the absence of spears. She thinks it is their education. Spears have their day. She is not naive. But she insists that words be tried first, tried truly, not as preludes to shouting, but as devices for aligning facts with mercy. She remembers, as we should, the bright morning when a great man, quick with rage and quicker with words that cut, reached for a sword because his pride had been denied its favorite dish. She stood behind him then and laid a hand upon the hair close to his skull, the way a mother steadies a child about to trip on his own certainty.
He turned on her with fire in his mouth and found, instead of applause, a gaze that dared him to be greater than his hurry. He threw the blade back into its sheath. The day did not make a statue of that moment. It made something better, breath where there might have been singing over a tomb. Back on the ridge, she used the staff to carve small notches into a flat stone, 6 on this side, 6 on that, and 1 between, deeper, to remind the city that the middle is a place too. "Here," she said to a scribe who had come panting with his wax and stylus, "write it simply, so that the law can be carried in the head. Water shall be shared by count and season, reeds by cycle, stones by common labor, guardians by patience, and the 10th by gratitude. Leave room for signatures. Leave more room for improvement. Laws should be like garments a child can grow in." The scribe, who had seen edicts with too much gold and not enough sense, bowed and wrote as if inscribing a lullaby.
When the sun slipped to the shoulder of the hills, both lines had become a crowd, which is what armies become when the reason for their posing evaporates. Children leaned their jars against one another to make a clinking that sounded like a new alphabet learning itself. The goats, recognizing that humans had ceased to be ridiculous for the afternoon, resumed their opinions of grass. She gathered the captains and taught them a gesture, the right hand on the breastplate where space had been left for breath, the left opening palm up as if to receive a word. Then exchange. "Do this," she said, "when your pride begins to itch. It will remind you that armor is for protection, not for deafness."
The captains, surprised to discover they could learn, practiced until the movement entered the wrist like a song.
Night arrived with the modesty of someone entering a room where something fine has just been agreed. Lamps were lifted. Oil remembered its duty. She walked the canal's first straightness and listened for lies. Hearing none, she let her shoulders lower that fraction which men rarely notice and cities always feel. Tomorrow, she told the elders, argue again. Argue well. Argue in the presence of children. And when you win, let the losing argument survive in a sentence or two, so that your victory will not go brittle. They nodded. One, braver than his joints, asked whether this peace would last. Perhaps, she said. Perhaps not. But you have made a habit today, and habits are the engines that pull us across bad weather. She left as she had come with the ordinary dignity that makes miracles look like chores done properly. Behind her, on the stone where her notches lay, dew settled and made each mark a small star. In a house by the river, a woman who had feared the day would end with a keening took down a pot and dared to plan soup. On the far bank, a boy dipped his fingers into the new flow and tasted the absence of salt and the presence of a future.
The owl, satisfied, flew a long ellipse across the field and traced, with its silent wings, the shape of an idea. That victory spoken softly can be heard farther than victory shouted, and that a city which keeps a bowl of oil where it can see its own face will be less likely to break it. And somewhere at sea, a trident tapped once against an unseen floor, not in anger, not this time, but in recognition that even waves must rest between their boasts, while on the ridge above the argued river, words, cool, exact, and sufficient, stood guard where spears had wished to stand. Night on the open sea is not merely darkness. It is a listening animal, black-backed and slow-breathing, each swell a rib that rises and falls beneath the moon's careful hand. On such a night, a narrow ship moved like a thought that refuses to be lost, and the men aboard it lay scattered in sleep's uncertain peace, while one sat awake, elbows on knees, teaching his breath to count the distance between memory and regret. He had the eyes of a man who has argued with monsters and won, who has argued with himself and remains unconvinced. The oarlocks ticked softly. The sail, half drowsing, made the sound of a giant's slow page turning. The sea accepted their small insistence without comment. And she was there, not in a thunderclap nor in a blaze to blind the gulls, but as a decision the mind finds after many detours. She did not cast a shadow, she tidied one. She did not break a silence, she taught it to speak. He knew her, as those who travel by wit rather than weight come to know the patronage that meets them at the edge of despair. He had felt, in cavern and court, on islands that smell of goat and on coasts that smell of lies, the pressure of her hand on the back of his thought, guiding it away from noise and into form. He did not rise to bow. He only lowered his head in that other bow, the one that happens inside the ribs. "You have enemies enough," she said without voice. "Do not volunteer your sleep to them." His mouth made the ghost of a smile. He had been giving his nights away for so long that generosity felt like a vice. The owl came and sat on the spar, making a punctuation mark in the sentence of the mast. The ship steadied under the new grammar. He spoke, as men do when they dare, about the day that had torn him and the next one that threatened to repeat the trick. A king who could not bear to remember how small he had once been. A witch whose garden taught men to forget they were men. A chorus of voices on a rock that sang patience into cowardice. He kept the tally without noise, as if reciting a line of beads through his fingers. She listened to the sum and asked for the parts, because she does not dispense answers where questions have not been made exact. What did you promise your wife? Not to bring home a trophy, but to bring home yourself. What did you promise your son? To teach him the difference between fame and fairness, that one is a loud guest and the other keeps the house. What did you promise your name? To keep it clean enough that it could be spoken in a room of strangers without apology. He nodded, chastened as the clever always are when reminded of the simpler mathematics. Stars lay like quiet seeds across the firmament.
and in their company she began the work that has saved more than any spear, adjustments. She shortened the sail's impatience by a hand's breadth so the ship would resist temptation to run before thinking. She taught the helmsman's wrist the small yaw that cheats a reef without offending it. She moved a jar from port to starboard, and balance remembered its duty. These are unglorious corrections, and yet cities are built on them. So, too, voyages. When dawn sent a rumor ahead of itself, the prow was pointed not at disaster, but at choice. It is not always possible to tell the difference without counsel.
On an island where a beautiful voice is a trap, she taught wax its second purpose. The fat of the hive, melted and molded, became not sweetness, but sanity. The crew, men with hands for rope and for bread, pressed the warm plugs into their ears and found that the world improved. Work grew truer when seduction was turned into a dull hum. He alone asked to hear, because there is a kind of courage that must test itself against the bright edge of danger to know its own name. She did not forbid, she measured. She walked the deck until she found a beam that would not betray a man's wrists. She knotted the rope herself, not as a jailer knots, but as a weaver measures tension. Enough to keep him honest, not enough to break the instrument he would still need. Remember, said the angle of her hands, that not every binding is an insult. Some are the exact spelling of freedom. When the voices rose like perfume from a garden that had decided to be cruel, he thrashed as consenting lovers do against the strap of a vow, and his eyes filled with what the crew could not hear. The owl watched. She watched. The knots held, not because they were strong, but because they had been thought through. When the deadly shore slipped astern like a rumor losing interest, she loosened the rope with the tenderness of a midwife. He bowed to her without lowering his head. In a house where a woman turned men into the shape that matched their appetites, she arrived inside the counsel he had not yet learned to give himself. Hospitality can be a mask for hunger. She showed him how to recognize the thread in the tapestry that told the truth. The bowl she taught him to mix was not a sorcery, only a carefully corrected recipe. Herbs in measured amounts, water as judge and mediator, the leaf that persuades lies to separate from the voice they're using. He lifted the cup, and when the enchantress lifted her eyes, she found herself facing not a victim, but a mirror. Mercy did not become less merciful by being exact. The men returned to themselves with the shame that suits a second chance. She accepted it as tuition paid. At a strait where a throat of stone drinks ships, she taught timing, that humbler sister of courage. It is one thing to be brave, another to be brave at the right hour. The oars, which had been many opinions, learned to be one argument. The helmsman became a metronome. The cliff, surprised to be treated as a fact rather than a fate, spared them its worst tantrum. Later, on a shore where cattle carried a god's vanity, she drew a circle in the sand that even hunger should not cross. He understood and agreed, then slept. Men who loved him and who loved their mouths more stepped out of the circle, and the sky burned in answer. She did not shield them from the inevitable. She kept him alive with the discipline of grief. Some lessons take at the second telling, some at the 10th. The sea, which has seen many varieties of stubbornness, learned a little patience from her. Not much, just enough to keep him moving toward the thing he had promised. On a beach where a girl with salt-bright eyes offered a new life wrapped in the clean linens of mourning, she taught him to tell gratitude from abdication. It is a beautiful thing to be tempted by safety. It is also an error when safety is not yours to keep. The ropes he needed for leaving were placed in his hands without tears, because she stood nearby, and the air remembered that goodbyes need not be messy to be true. Then, where a man who keeps a thunder under his roof asks for names as if names were debts to be collected, She stood behind her wanderer and arranged the truth so that it would neither break hospitality nor dishonor the dead. He told his story, but not all of it. The rest she placed gently where memory goes to grow into wisdom. The host nodded with the complicated happiness of men who like to hear that the world is still a place for skill.
Through it all, she required no incense, no slaughtered calf, no robe dyed with the flowers of vanity. She asked for attention and for the courage to make small changes in time. When his knees failed in a green country that pretends to be sleep, she touched his shoulder and allowed him to wake at last in the bed that had been waiting since the day he left. A bed built around the living core of a tree, which is to say, a promise not to be moved by gossip or weather. He tested his house the way a sailor tests a rope. It held. The woman who had counted years and uncounted threads watched his face like a coastline watches a sail, hoping and refusing to confess it. Recognition did not shout. It arrived like a hand finding its old place on a familiar door. There were tests, as there must be when history asks to be believed. A scar read like a line in an old book. A story retold with a detail only the true remember. A bed that could not be dragged because it had learned fidelity from its roots. She kept her distance, because reunions belong to mortals, and because the most godlike thing about mortals is how they become themselves in rooms they have tended through bad weather. When the hall must be cleared of men who had mistaken feasting for law, she did not replace word with slaughter. She only made sure that the bow remembered its first obedience to a steady hand, that the plan remembered the courtesy of sequence, that justice returned without theater. And when morning came, and a boy stood where the house meets the street and tried on his father's shadow to see if it fit, she breathed on his doubts the way a patient artisan warms a stubborn thread, and the boy found that courage did not pinch like borrowed armor. It moved like his own limbs. The owl from the beam approved. Night returned, as nights do, to wash the house and the harbor and the hill with its quiet grammar. She stood a moment at the door and listened to the sound of sleep earned and protected. A reed by the threshold moved, as if writing down the day's last sentence. She left without ceremony. On the sea, a wave lifted and lay down again, convinced for now that it could be a road rather than a wall. In the high, cold rooms of the sky, stars kept their ledger, vows kept, breath measured, small changes made in time. And in a bed built around a steadfast root, a man turned onto his side and surrendered the watch, not to forgetfulness, but to trust, the kind she lends the weary when journeys must end without unmaking the traveler who returns. They said it fell from the sky on a night when the air forgot how to breathe. A narrow thing of wood and will, small enough for a man to lift and too heavy for a city to live without. They called it by a name that sounded like a door closing gently, Palladian, and they placed it not at the edge of the world where waves argue, but at the world's interior. A single room kept clean the way a thought is kept clean by being true. It was not tall, it did not glare. Its eyes were carved to look straight ahead with the purposeful courtesy of one who has seen storms and chosen to be a harbor. In its left hand a spear was suggested more than declared. In its right a token of work. Sometimes a spindle, sometimes the polished oval of a shield. Because guardianship is not only watchfulness, it is labor, the daily mending of the fabric that wind and men wear thin. They said it in Troy, first, say some, or perhaps in a city older than Troy that has forgotten its name but not its longing. Wherever it stood, roofs remembered how to sit upon walls without anxiety. And the gates learned to open and shut at the right hour as lungs learn to keep time with sleep. The statue's wood held a faint scent of resin and long journeys. Its grain taught light how to rest without boasting. Once a year, or whenever the city forgot to be careful, hands chosen for steadiness washed it, combed its hair carved into hair, girded it again with the ribbon of their own attention. They did not ask it for miracles, they asked it to abide, and abide it did, the way a rule abides when it is both firm and human, the way a song abides in a people when its melody is strong enough to be sung softly. Around it grew the habit that keeps cities from breaking. A broom leaned where it should, a basin filled to the right height. A priestess whose feet made no dust learned the order of small gestures by which the day remembers its shape. At dusk, the room took on the blue of olives and old cloth. At dawn, it wore the color of flour and parchment. Sometimes a child was allowed to look in, carried on a father's arm as one carries a fresh loaf, and the child, seeing nothing flashy, nevertheless felt the hush that makes the soul sit up and stop fidgeting. This, the hush said, is what protects you. Not teeth, not thunder, but the attention that refuses to sleep. Outside, markets argued kindly about weight and measure. Poets practiced their brave lies and careful truths. Soldiers compared scars the way elders compare weather. And all of it, all the jostle and compromise, lived under the unblinking courtesy of the little wooden gaze. She visited without ceremony. She liked to stand where guardians stand when they are not performing, just inside the doorway, one shoulder touching a cool jamb, so that the room could feel her promise renewing its own. She did not speak to the statue, and the statue did not speak to her. They shared a profession. But cities hunger for stories even when they are well fed with order, and so the tale grew teeth elsewhere. Men in armor who thought that what couldn't be fought might be stolen. A night that practiced silence until even dogs lost interest. Footsteps that learned the alphabet of a foreign floor. Two climbed where many had sworn they would never be able to climb, for vows are often ladders disguised as walls. They came into the room like two doubts entering a mind that has been steady for years. Careful, persuasive, smelling faintly of despair and hope together. The lamp on its chain did not sway. The air refused to whisper.
One touched the ribbon at the statue's waist and found it warm with the human oils of reverence. The other closed his hand, slowly, around the spear that was more idea than weapon. They lifted together, because theft is always a partnership between impatience and skill. The wood made a sound like a sleeping house shifting, a minute complaint, nothing more. And then they were out under the moon, carrying a city's spine between them. Some say she let them pass. It is a strange rumor, and not altogether unkind, for it imagines a wisdom that can allow a necessary wound in order to teach a larger healing. The statue left its room. The room grew larger from the emptiness. The city discovered how vulnerable a thought becomes when it is no longer embodied. Doors misremembered their hinges. Traders quarreled over decimals, not out of greed, but out of fear. The sentry at the north gate blinked too slowly and did not know why. Meanwhile, the thieves, call them brave if you must, but do not call them innocent, learned how heavy meaning is when you make yourself its porter. They descended the slope that had always looked higher from the inside. They walked the plain, which was a mouth now, ready to swallow, until they met the dark belly of a plan that had taken on the shape of a horse and of silence. The wooden woman was laid where the wooden horse waited, and two kinds of art regarded one another. The art that says abide, and the art that says deceive. Wood knows wood. Grain looked into grain and recognized that both are forms of patience, one that holds still to keep a vow, one that lies still to keep a secret.
You know the rest as bards sing it, and as elders murmur it when they prefer not to sing. Fire moved where it had long dreamed of moving. Cries stitched the night to the morning. The room that had been a thought was unthought, and smoke wrote its curls on the sky's ledger like broken promises. Helmeted men learned how quickly victory turns its face if it is not educated. Women tied their hair with bands that would not break. Old men spat and hushed themselves, because sorrow, even when expected, must be welcomed as you welcome a guest who has come far, without melodrama, with a chair and water.
The statue, whether carried away to another city that would later call itself lucky, or kept in hiding by hands that refused to think of the future as a thief, continued to be itself, a small insistence on steadiness. She gathered ash in her fingers and held it until the breeze had the decency to come and lift it from her palm. "Now learn," said her silence to the broad, hot plain, "what it means to anchor your safety in one room when all rooms must be taught. Anchors are good, but they must be many." She walked through the charred places not as a judge cataloging failure, but as a midwife recalling births.
Here had stood a doorway where laughter practiced walking. Here a bench where bargains were weighed with humor. Here a school of shadows where a boy learned to turn stone into numbers. She touched each ghost lightly and asked it to travel, past walls, past gates, into the habits of people who would build again.
Elsewhere, in a city that had not yet earned the right to be humble, the wooden gaze resumed its work. It was placed, this time, not in a cramped cell, but in a hall tall enough to let men feel both small and safe. There were vows made with the mouth and with the hands, and both mattered. A woman who knew how to keep linen from lying learned the order of its care. A man whose feet had grown used to cobbles learned to step softly on threshold stones. Boys were shown how to bow without leaking dignity. Girls were shown how to lift their eyes without mortgaging gentleness. The statue gathered these duties into its small orbit and turned like a slow, necessary planet.
Those who governed discovered that the little wooden face stood at their shoulder when they drafted laws, its profile a reminder that rules must be as portable as hope. Those who schemed discovered with annoyance that suited them that the image seemed to appear across the room whenever they tried to move a boundary marker at night. It did not glare, it watched. Watching is a power that makes thieves untidy.
Do such objects truly guard a world? Scholars with delicate quills and the sting of skepticism will answer with histories and counter-histories, tracing lines from this sacred bundle to that city's luck, and then to the day when luck went thin. Perhaps the truth is both smaller and greater. The statue guarded because people let it train their attention. They swept more often. They spoke more carefully. They lifted jars as if lifting vows. They counted change twice, then once again in their hearts. Attention multiplied itself until it became architecture, law, custom, kindness, those other statues made of hours that stand in the streets and keep them from becoming forests of appetite. And when, as always, appetite grew bored with itself and tried on danger, the little image reminded hands to set the kettle to boil, reminded elders to sit in the doorway until arguments cooled, reminded the captain to leave a thumb's width where the cuirass met the throat so breathing could remain a citizen. She came again to the doorway, another city, another keeping room, another lamp practicing its modest circle, and laid 2 olives at the foot of the plinth. Gifts should be edible when the world is hungry. She looked, and in her looking the old covenant renewed itself. If you carve wisdom into wood and place it where you can see it, you will be less likely to forget you possess it. If you honor a figure for the figure's sake, you will make an idol. If you honor the habits the figure teaches, you will make a life. Outside, the moon had chosen its smaller coin and paid the streets with a softer light. A watchman, whose feet were tired of corners, hummed a tune that no one had taught him. A cat practiced its private version of law along a wall.
The wind, pleased with the night's economy, held its tongue, and the statue, narrow as a rule that has proven its kindness, kept standing, wood against weather, idea against appetite, while far away, on an old, cooling plain, the ghosts of gates learned to be gates again in the minds of men who were ready to build doors that open and close at the right time, doors that do not forget, even when the room is empty, that the world is guarded best by what is small, steady, and unafraid to be quiet. The plain where mountains come to think lay wide and strange, streaked with the old scorch of tempers that had forgotten themselves, and the sky, usually a patient librarian, held its breath the way a reader holds it at the hinge of a tale. There had been a time, whispered by basalts and remembered by the oldest pines, when the ground grew restless with knees and shoulders too large for cities, when hands the size of quarries fumbled at the edges of law. The word for such weather is not simply battle, it is correction, a long geometry by which chaos tries to become interesting and order declines the flattery. She stepped into that remembered air without hurry.
Her shadow did not lengthen like a boast. It settled like a rule accepted by everyone who needs to sleep. Around her, stones that had once flown like curses lay quiet, their anger converted to serviceable weight. Somewhere beyond a ridge, the sea muttered the old grievance of waves, but even it sounded chastened, like a drummer practicing in another room. They call them giants because our mouths prefer big syllables when fear visits. But what mattered then was not size, it was appetite. Appetite that had learned to speak in avalanches. One rose from the bed of a valley, shaking off scrub and startled goats, his shoulders stitched with snakes, as if he had borrowed the wrong garment from a myth that did not suit him. His name has eroded. What remains is the pose, knee-braced, ambition lifting like heat above rock. He took in her calm and mistook it for weakness, the oldest misreading. With the trident's cousin of a club, he tore a piece of horizon loose and threw. The air, remembering her, made a space around the hurtling hill the way a wise host makes a space around a guest's bad story. The hill met the earth in a thunder that belongs to geology more than to rage. Dust rose in a slow curtain, and finding her attention upon it, decided to settle where it would do some good. She did not rush to answer. War, when it is her business, is an education, and education keeps time. She walked a few paces and chose a stone, not the largest, not the smallest, a stone with good manners, and lifted it in her palm so that the giant could see the difference between force and aim. The owl, coasting above on wings that write their own quiet alphabet, marked the place where her heel pressed and the ground agreed. "Try again," said the silence around her. And he did, because repetition is what pride does when it thinks it is persistence. This time he uprooted a tree whose roots had mapped the valley's secrets and flung it with a noise like a book being mistreated. She watched its arc, not sorrowing. Trees know how to return as long as hands remember how to plant, but taking note of the lesson the valley would need later, where to put new groves so that anger cannot find such easy handles. The trunk landed with a sigh that contained the memory of shade. She breathed once, deeply enough that the straps of the aegis creaked where leather remembers animal and discipline. Then she moved. Movement in her is never theater. It is an amendment to a law that had almost been written incorrectly. She stepped to where the ground humped like a thought about to trip the tongue. With the edge of her spear, she found the seam between the hill's will and the valley's need, and pressed. The earth, relieved to be consulted, shifted, a small, decisive correction, and the giant's next stride met not footing, but instruction. He fell the way a storm falls when it has been properly argued with, not vanquished, persuaded. Snakes slid from his shoulders as if their contract had lapsed. He reached for a boulder to make a last, loud sentence and found his hand closing on her shadow instead. Shadows, when they have work to do, can be heavy. He looked up to complain and found only the gaze that turns heat into weather. His breath quieted. The club remembered it had been a tree and let itself think again of leaves. Elsewhere, another rose. Their names are many, and each is a version of hurry. This one came with fire bargaining on his tongue. He offered new suns to replace the old, suns closer, louder, suns that would make every noon heroic and every night too shy to arrive. She turned her cheek as if to listen better, and the feather of victory on her palm shifted just enough to remind the day that it did not need another day to become itself. "No," said the tilt of her chin, "we do not require brighter, we require steadier." He threw sparks, the aegis drank them and gave back shade in which men could think. He thundered. She counted, and in her counting the thunder found its meter and became useful. Rain rehearsed its entrance, soil prepared its gratitude. When at last he noticed that his novelty had been measured into sanity, he laughed the laugh of those who realize they have been improved. Not every defeat must be humiliation. There was one, however, who refused such courtesies. Under a mountain that has learned to play at sleeping, he stirred, a restlessness that shakes maps, and rose with earth clotted in his hair and a coastline clenched in his fist. His eyes were the color of deadlines, unkind to breath. The old stories name him Enceladus and draw lines from his body to future earthquakes, as if to say, "Beware what still shifts beneath your cities." He bellowed, "Noise without nouns!" She did not answer. She placed her hand upon the shoulder of the hill beside her and borrowed from it the patience hills loan to those who stand long enough to deserve it. Then, with the other hand, she lifted a slab, not to crush, but to correct. The gesture was simple as setting a book back on its shelf. Stone met spine. A hush went out across the field, the kind that makes birds reconsider their songs. He sank with the temperament of fire training to be basalt. "Rest," said the pressure of rock, "and in your resting learn to hold the earth together rather than pry it apart." The mountain, grateful to be given a job, lay down and has kept his post with admirable fidelity, shifting now and then to remind the living that steadiness is a discipline, not a default. Through all this, she did not fray. The helmet held a temperate glitter. The spear, more teacher's pointer than fang, traced amendments upon air. The aegis offered astonishment to those who insisted on staring at terror rather than at solutions. Around her ankles the dust learned to behave. Under her feet the ground found its old manners. In the wake of her steps, herbs reappeared. The small aromatic citizens of calm, time, that knows how to train meat into patience. Savory, that persuades beans to be sociable. And the gray, humble sages that instruct throats to speak thoughtfully. These are not miracles.
They are the ordinary return of the useful once the useless has been persuaded to sit down.
The other gods, whose appetites have their own pride, watched, some admiring, some annoyed that she made victory look so much like housekeeping. The war god, interested despite himself, leaned on a cloud and tried her method on a passing thought. To his surprise, it did not explode. It clarified. The archer tested the wind she had arranged and found his arrow truer at lower cost. Even the messenger, lover of speed, narrowed his wings a fraction and found that arriving slightly less soon improved the message. There is a contagion to competence. It spreads without boasting.
On the plain, men the size of pronouns compared scars as if comparing punctuation, and wondered whether fewer exclamation points might make for better sentences.
When the ground had finished telling its old story and the air had decided to prefer doves to stones, she walked among the quieted shapes and put names back where panic had knocked them loose. That rock, which had served unkindly, was returned to the dignity of being a landmark. That ravine, no longer a mouth, was given back to water and instructed in the etiquette of meanders. That long black tongue of cooled anger was taught to be a road. The giants, whose ash tastes of momentum denied, settled into geography. Islands, ridges, a shoulder of headland where fishermen could judge weather, a sleeping back where shepherds could lean. "This is what it means," said the slope she corrected, "for the world to keep its temper." If you had stood there then, you would not have heard a victory shout. You would have heard inventories being made, a tally of stones now useful, a counting of springs amazement had not disturbed, a list of paths repaired. You would have seen her pause beside a stump that had once been a club and touch its rings as one reads the biography of rain. You would have felt that strange relief that arrives when great strength declines spectacle and chooses service instead. And you might have looked to the horizon and found that the line between earth and sky had learned a new modesty. It did not bristle, it breathed. She left no monument, she rarely does, unless you count the mountain that has practiced napping for centuries as a kind of bronze in slow motion. What she leaves, most often, are habits. Cities learned from that old correction to build walls that do not insult the hills they sit upon, to draft laws that fit around human breath the way a breastplate should, to teach children the difference between loudness and power, between fever and fire. Priests, hearing the tale, wrote it into ritual, not as thunder but as tidying, a sweeping of thresholds, a mending of nets, a calendar that gives anger a day to rest and thought a week to ripen. Poets, more honest than their reputation allows, learn to admire the quiet victories. The moment a hand unclenches, the hour a crowd chooses to listen.
Even now, when the ground shakes anywhere and plates complain in their deep grammar, some remember to lift their eyes toward that old slope and speak her name softly, not to beg her to hold the world still, she does not freeze what must breathe, but to ask for the calm that makes rebuilding a craft rather than a panic. And in the olive groves, where leaves still practice two colors at once, a breeze passes at twilight and repeats the lesson until even cicadas nod. That wisdom, bright-eyed and armed, has no quarrel with strength, only with its tantrums. That giants are best laid to rest, not under boasts but under duties. And that after the ash settles, it is the small things, a broom, a law well worded, a hand kept steady, that keep the earth from remembering how to be unmade. In the distance, the sea, unable to help itself, lifts a glittering shoulder. The mountain answers with a patient weight. Between them a city thinks, and thinking learns to breathe.
The morning came wearing salt on its breath and light in its hair, the kind of morning that invites the world to choose itself. Up on the ridge, the earth kept its old composure, stones seated like elders, scrub leaning into stillness, a handful of larks not yet convinced that their song was needed. And below, the sea rehearsed its claim with the polite insistence of waves. It is a habit of oceans to argue by returning. It is a habit of trees to answer by staying. Between those two manners the air waited, wise as a judge who knows that verdicts, to be just, must also be beautiful. She climbed as she always did, with steps that treated each stair of rock as if it were capable of law.
He came as he always did, with a stride taught by distances and a laugh borrowed from storms. Neither spoke first. The city must be allowed to hear its own heart before the gods instruct it. People gathered, fishers with forearms salted to the elbow, shepherds smelling of weathered wool, weavers smelling of flax and patience, youths whose wrists trembled with the desire to belong to something loud. A king stood there too, less a crown than a hinge upon which the moment could turn.
If you asked him later what he felt, he would say a tightness around the ribs, as if his breath had been called to account. The ridge offered its agreed-upon stage, a lip of limestone, a shallow bowl of wind, a sky that had decided to attend. The sea lifted its glitter like a second audience. "Begin," said the morning, and Poseidon answered, "Gods of water do not ignore summons from light." He struck the rock with the trident that counts his temper, and the stone, ever courteous when force is exact, parted enough to let a spring shoulder through. It leapt like a deer freed from a snare, and people cried out because water in a dry month is always a small salvation. Hands went to it, cupped palms, clay basins, the mouths of skins tanned soft by a mother's effort, and then withdrew, faces surprised into a single expression: salt. The lips that had wanted sweetness found instead the old appetite of the sea, that persuasive brine which teaches thirst how to multiply itself.
"Power," said the spring, glittering like a promise that forgets the details. "Swell," said the current's voice. "Speed," said the horses the god loves, whinnying somewhere inside the bright surge. Men looked at one another and nodded, because power is a handsome lie when you stand far enough from its invoice. He smiled, and the horizon seemed to bow to his grin.
She had been listening, as she always does, not only to the shout of the moment, but to the whisper of duration. She stepped forward and knelt, not to the rock, not to him, but to the hour's need. Fingers that could teach iron to behave opened a shallow wound in the soil with a tenderness learned from gardeners and surgeons. The spear end pressed, the palm steadied, and what rose was not spectacle, only certainty. A sapling with leaves already arguing kindly with the light, every blade double-sided like good counsel, silver when it wants to persuade, green when it wants to soothe. It offered nothing sudden. It promised shade with time, fruit with care, oil with labor, wood with patience. No one gasped. A few sighed, which is the more difficult sound to earn. Hands reached again, no cupping this time, only touching. The rough pat of approval from a mason, the delicate pinch of a woman testing the new leaf's grammar, the skeptical brush of a boy who believed in hooves. The sapling did not flinch. Roots found their first sentence in the stone's small kindnesses.
He laughed, not cruelly. Laughter is a kind of weather he finds hard to resist. "A tree?" he asked the morning, as if the morning could be mocked. She did not reply. Her answer had bark, and in that hush before words attempt their vanity, the ridge explained in its own language what a city is for. It is for returning. Boats return, yes, but so do arguments, and children, and debts, and the light in an old man's eyes when law is read out loud, and he recognizes himself in it. A spring teaches you that the world can be forced. A tree teaches you that the world can be agreed with. The king lifted both hands because some gestures survive every dynasty. "We will choose," he said, as if inventing the act. The elders looked at their grandchildren and did arithmetic in their bones. The shipwright tried to imagine a dock without quarrels, and failed, then imagined an oil lamp above a drafting table, and succeeded. The potter thought of glaze and fire, and found that a cool, precise light, one that burns without smoke, could teach his eyes to be honest. The baker, who knew the architecture of hunger, recognized a fat that would make crusts sing quietly. The women in whose hands cloth becomes weather-traded glances that said, "Here is a leaf that will dye the day into temperate colors." The youths, oh, the beautiful youths, whose chests were full of tin music, looked at the sapling, and for a moment saw old men with grandchildren in their lap, and did not hate those old men. Versions of this choice crowd history like gulls at a harbor. Some say women voted for the tree and men for the spring. Some say the count was even until a small thunder placed its finger on the scale.
Some say no vote was taken because the city was polite enough to recognize consensus when it arrived. All are true somewhere. The only record that matters is the ridge itself. The way wind learned to pass through boughs that would one day be there. The way goats avoided a certain patch of stone as if rehearsing respect for future roots. He frowned, not because he loves losing, no one does, but because permanence is an insult to waves. He withdrew the trident and the spring's glare lowered to a sheen that ships recognize as usefulness, not boast. "You choose slowness," he said, and tasted the word as if it were a foreign fruit. "We choose duration," said the leaf that caught the sun and did not drop it. After choices, there must be rituals, or else choices forget how to stand. She taught them without ordering them, arranging gestures the way a loom arranges threads so that pattern can survive weather. Once each month, a small bowl of the first oil was poured, where root meets rock, the patient treaty between earth and appetite. Not much, just enough for the ground to remember it was loved. New brides walked past the grove with their veils unboastful, touching a branch and learning, through their fingertips, the grammar by which households last: press, release, shelter, spare. Sailors rubbed oil into rope not to make it pretty, but to make it obedient to strain. Wrestlers anointed their shoulders because strength should glide rather than grind. Priests trimmed lamps at dawn and at dusk, telling fire the hours it was permitted to be king and the hours it must be clerk. Children brought pits in small, proud hands and planted them as if planting secret names. The city learned to glow and not to glare. Law took its cues from the grove. "Write statutes," she told the scribes, "that do for quarrels what pruning does for trees. Remove what will cross and chafe, spare what will bear." They wrote. "Build courts," she told the masons, "where shade is present and sound travels kindly." They built. "Teach the young," she told the elders, "that victory means the field can be used again tomorrow." They taught. On market days, the olive branches braided with wool declared truces at the mouths of streets. Merchants obeyed because disobedience looks ugly next to foliage that has learned repose. On feast days, the oil slicked bowls and foreheads until faces glistened with the same quiet as bread. On ordinary days, which are the best kind, the lamps made long conversations possible. Philosophy discovered that darkness is not an enemy if light is patient. He did not sulk forever. Even seas tire of rehearsing grievance. In winter, when the groves slept, he sent fish up the coast like parcels of forgiveness. In summer, when the trees chattered with a million coins of leaf, he lifted breezes over the ridge so that the city would smell both salt and sap, and remember that its choice was not a rejection of the world, but a promise to befriend it better. He and she, who are cousins in creation, if not in temperament, stood sometimes at opposite ends of day and let their elements speak without shouting. Water making all roads possible, wood teaching all roads where to pause. The first olive ripened when no one was watching. A girl found it because girls notice what cities forget to announce. She did not pluck it. She called her mother, who called her neighbor, who called the baker, who called the old soldier who had finally learned to play with his grandchildren instead of drilling them. They gathered. She showed them how to wait until color turned from hard green to the sort of black that keeps secrets. They harvested without greed, pitied the unready, spared the over-ready. Oil came, slower than impatience, swifter than despair, pouring like a sentence that had learned where to place its commas. They tasted. Bread widened its eyes. Lamps lifted their chins and promised better speech. Wounds, cleaned and anointed, decided not to argue with healing. Not every day worshipped.
Some days complained, drought nipped, blight tested, thieves cut branches and sold them down the road. But the habit held. Trees, once taught, become teachers. When the spring ran thin, the groves gave shade. When the wind forgot its manners, the groves bent and survived, and taught roofs to do the same. When a neighbor quarreled past decency, a branch on the lintel shamed him into reason. The city's emblems changed accordingly. Where once a horse might have trod a coin, now an owl watched from one side while an olive spray stood from the other, telling traders and tyrants alike that vision without patience is a storm, and patience without vision is a swamp. Between them, names were struck, hers and theirs, so that each pocket carried a little treaty between mortal and measure. If you walk there now, on any ridge that is chosen leaf over froth, you may feel the old debate still practicing its courtesy. The sea makes a low case for speed, the trees make a low case for staying, and the wind, mediator by profession, combs both into a single talk the city can live with. Somewhere a child presses a pit into the earth with that solemnity children reserve for ordinary miracles. Somewhere a law is rewritten to make room for breathing. Somewhere a lamp is trimmed in the second hour after dusk, and two people who would have quarreled without witnesses choose, under its small, disciplined fire, to tell the truth a shade more gently.
And at the edge of all that, old as brine, young as sap, she goes on walking the slope, not to gloat over a victory, but to keep reminding the roots and the ribs and the wrists that chose. We did not reject the sea, we taught it the name of the tree, and in the long patience between wave and wood, a city learned to last. The walls did not roar, they breathed, great ribs of stone expanding with day, settling with night, their courses laid by hands that knew how a city's heart should be held. Along their crown, where wind is a regular guest and swallows stitch the evening to itself, the watch walked in twos, souls whispering the old arithmetic of vigilance. Step, look, listen, step, look, listen. Lamps were hooded to spare the stars obliged by being exact. From below rose the slow talk of roofs cooling, the last laugh from a courtyard, the lid clink of jars that had ended their duties. Up here, the air learned a different grammar, fewer adjectives, more nouns. Gate, postern, tower, Merlin, pause. She came to this language as one returns to a favorite book, not to be surprised, but to be steadied by right sentences spoken at the right hour. Bright-eyed, they call her, and the epithet has many shapes at night. Sometimes it is the candor of an owl that can find a mouse without hatred. Sometimes it is the pale polish inside an olive leaf when it turns over in wind, reminding darkness that silver is one of its children. Sometimes it is the soft refusal of a lamp to gutter when a draught tries persuasion. Tonight it meant something at once humbler and larger, a city seeing itself clearly, not in flattery, not in fear. She ran her palm along the parapet and felt the honest roughness where the stone-cutter's temper had yielded to the stones. Every city has a place where speeches sleep. For this one, it was here, between tooth and tooth of wall, where the tongue of the wind practices restraint. Below her, in lanes that learned courtesy from shade, mothers drew blankets over knees, and men debated in undertones the virtues of two different roof tiles, as if the fate of nations hung on curves and clay. A cat, devout practitioner of law without paperwork, made her circuit and collected petitions no one knew they had sent. In the temple precinct, where oil knows how to keep its manners, a wick made the measured syllables of a long sentence. In the barracks, where young shoulders learn to carry not just weight but consequence, a boy mended a strap with clumsy patience, and the patience taught his hands a new syntax. Along the outer slope, goats expressed their critical opinion of thorn and hill, never satisfied and therefore immortal. And at the north tower, a sentry shifted his weight from foot to foot and told himself he was not tired. The wind, who likes honesty, told him he was. She found him before he had the chance to lie again. She never appears as a reprimand when a correction will do. "Here," said the way she set the little lamp from her belt in the notch of stone, and a round of amber steadied the night. "Here," said the angle of her hand, and the boy's stance learned that weight belongs in the hips, not in the knees. "Here," said the tilt of her head, and he realized that looking far is only useful after one has looked near. He breathed, and the wall breathed with him. It is difficult to teach a city how to rest without sleeping. This is one of the ways. From this height, the sea was an idea, not a threat, black felt with a crescent pin, quieter than rumor. The road to the inland hills wrote itself in ash gray. The barley fields were long ovals of dusk. She followed the road with her eyes, and where it crossed the old ridge she saw a protein of fire, a beacon rehearsing its silence between flares. Farters flicker. Discipline chooses intervals. She had shown them, in better weather, how to place these fires the way a loom places heddles. One here, one there, no waste, no panic. A chain of sight strong enough to carry a sentence from the mountain's brow to the harbor's lip without dropping a word. On nights of trouble, the message would proceed like a good law, measured, legible, sober. Tonight it merely confirmed what a city loves to hear. All is well, again and again, until the ears choose to believe it. She walked on. Along the inner parapet, a mason's mark peeked from a joint. 2 crossed scratches that had made a private vow with lime and thyme. She touched it because attention is how vows are kept alive. In the shadow well between towers, a page boy slept with his cheek on a coil of rope, and the rope, flattered, did not kink. Near the postern gate, 3 women of the grain quarter, faces open to the small night breeze, were dividing tomorrow before it arrived. Who would carry the sacks? Who would manage the market's haggling? Who would bring water when voices grew dry? Their plan, exact and kind, was a rampart as real as the wall beneath their elbows. She listened because walls must be taught to translate stone into habit, habit into culture, culture into peace. Once, down at the eastern gate, a rumor tried to tunnel. Rumors dig where stones are proud and mortar lazy. This one had begun as a pebble. Someone's cousin's cousin had seen a sail, and the sail had been a fleet by the time it reached the square. She did not stamp on it. Feet only make such creatures multiply. Instead, she asked for the quarter's oldest woman, who knew how words accrete shells. The 2 of them walked the rumor back to its first honest size and put it to bed like a child too excited to sleep. Then she set 3 tasks in the gatehouse, a bucket always half full, a list of names of those who tend the list, and a bench for the tired. "Panic," she murmured to the timbers, "will prefer to sit when it is offered a chair." The timbers learned. Elsewhere, a captain too young for his appetite examined the night with squinted contempt, as if dimness itself were a personal affront. He spoke of ambushes with the relish of a cook describing heat. She did not take his relish away, there is use in it, but she seasoned it. She moved his men along the wall until they learned to see not just the far shadow where an enemy might be, but the near shadow where a friend might trip. She made him change his watchword from a glorious noun to a practical verb, and in the changing he lost a little theater and gained a little city. When he protested, she let him keep a feather from her palm, a token not of assured triumph, but of the kind of victory that remembers to carry water. He would come to love that feather, and what it asked of him. Sometimes she spoke to the wall itself. "You will be climbed," she told it, and the wall, which had the humility of old limestone, did not pretend otherwise. "You will be struck. You will be praised. You will be mocked by generations who forget the price of their morning bread." Stone does not answer, but it listens better than men. "Stand anyway," she said, "but do not become proud of standing. Pride in stone makes cracks." And she directed the keepers to sweep the parapets at dawn, not for cleanliness alone, but to hear the sound a broom makes when it passes over hairline faults, a thin complaint that warns before shouting. She taught them to pack such lines with patience: lime, water, sand, recipes not unlike those that hold a household together. At the South Tower, where the road bends as if in respect, she paused and looked down at the gate's great hinges. Hinge is a word she loves. It is where strength becomes kindness. A door that swings true teaches a citizen to prefer the right hour to the loud entry. She had asked the smith to leave a breath's room in the plates. The smith had understood. The gate now opened like a sentence without stutter, closed like a promise that keeps itself. A scribe had carved above the arch a line that the illiterate learned by heart: "Enter with purpose, return with honor." She let her fingertip rest on the last word, because return is the wall's secret project. Walls exist so that leaving is not an exile. Toward midnight, an owl stitched the sky to the battlements with a single glide and rested on the crenel next to her hand. Its round eyes did not glare, they gathered. "What do you see?" asked the night, borrowing her voice. "Enough," answered the gaze, "enough to correct, enough to spare." For a moment the city, in its sleep, practiced being older and gentler at the same time. It dreamed of soldiers who can laugh without cruelty, of magistrates whose signatures are as legible as their motives, of children who count towers for pleasure and do not have to learn their names by the sound of alarms. Before she left, she visited the shadow of the gate where two lovers, shy as deer, stood arguing softly with their longing. She did not bless or forbid. She shifted the lamp so that neither would mistake concealment for privacy. Love that learns, the difference is another stone well set. Then she walked the last stretch of wall where it meets the grove, and the leaves remembered her step and gave back a whisper like silk agreeing with a shoulder. Down below, a baker rose early and fed the first fire. Up here, she fed a different one, the kind that burns in the mind when the hour is dark and choices need a steady hinge. Dawn would come and lay its gold along the coping. Day would pour itself through gates. Laws would stretch. Children would run. But for this hour the wall kept the city in its careful hands, and in the corners where night likes to collect small errors, her bright gaze trimmed them to size. Beyond the eastern hills, something like a feather lifted on the morning's palm. The wall, seeing it, learned to stand a little more kindly, which is to say, a little more long. Morning gathered itself like a quiet decision, and on the high step where wind smooths the thoughts of stone, she lifted her hand as one lifts a cup to learn its weight. In her palm a small figure stood, light as a syllable spoken correctly, bright as a truth that does not need to shout. Wings trembled there, not with hurry but with readiness, the way a bird's heart makes a soft argument with air before taking it. They called the winged one by a name that sounds like a step landing where it was meant to land, Nike, and those who saw the two together often mistook their poise for possession, yet the hand was open. Victory is safest when held that way, with the generosity that prevents it from hardening into habit. Wind touched both of them and learned manners. Below, the city began its day of ordinary valor. Jars lifted, not dropped. Accounts kept honest enough to allow friendship. Bread divided in such a way that appetite did not forget whom it served. A victory there, in each small choice. She did not count them aloud. She only arranged her attention so that the day could see itself winning without noise. The feathered one leaned forward as if to listen. The tilt of her head, a tiny laurel made of air. No heralds, no trumpets. Triumph in this climate wears sandals, not chariots. There had been once a temptation to make victory large. to teach it a taste for spectacle. The memory of that temptation remained in the city's bronze, helmets that had learned to develop an appetite for sunlight, shields that loved their mirrored faces more than the arms behind them. She had allowed a season of splendid noise because seasons, like youths, must sometimes try their louder voices to learn why they do not suit them. In that season, victories arrived like storms, sudden, drenching, impressive, wasteful. Streets clattered with the theater of return, and for a while elders let themselves be persuaded that noise could be nobility.
The little winged figure stood then too, but seemed heavier, as if being asked too often to land where swagger, not discipline, had prepared the ground.
That season ended not with defeat, but with a tiredness that spoke more honestly than banners. Mothers watched sons learn to love applause more than tools and close their doors to the traveling salesman of glory. Bakers discovered there were mornings when flour stiffened under hands that had spent the night shouting. In the courts, truth began to trip over its own hems. She saw it and adjusted the city's wrist. "Smaller," said the angle of her palm, and Nike lightened as a bird does when a window is opened the right way. The laurels that had been braided with too many thorns were cut back until they could rest on a brow without teaching it to frown.
Here is a thing seldom sung. Victory prefers clarity to volume. It likes clean lines in the mind, spare rooms where plans can be laid out without tripping, benches that don't wobble. So she set carpenters to their quiet wars against crookedness. She taught scribes to celebrate legibility, not flourish. She stood behind a boy drawing a circle and guided his elbow until the ends met without quarrel. And on roofs, where pigeons keep their treaties with cities, she watched two masons pass a stone hand to hand and saw in that exchange more triumph than in 100 trophies. The winged one seemed to approve. Feathers do, after all, adore a measured updraft.
At the edge of the harbor stood a small shrine, nothing grand, only a neat box of stone with a ledge for a lamp and a ledge for the day's first thought. Sailors touched it before untying, fingertips asking the humble arithmetic of safe departure and wise return. There, a carver had set in relief a palm upraised, and upon it the smallest goddess in the city, a figure you could cover with a fig leaf, yet who could carry a fleet when wind and prudence cooperated. Children copied the carving in the dust with sticks, discovering that what is tiny can teach a hand to be exact. When storms menaced, the lamp sent the soft grammar of flame across planks and doubts, and when the sea relented, the same lamp greeted the foam like an old teacher seeing former students, pleased not by their swagger, but by the accuracy of their docking. She visited that ledge at noons, when light is frank, and shadows admit they are only the day's punctuation. In those noons the feather on her palm was almost invisible. Brightness hides brightness. She liked that. There is safety in victories that do not advertise themselves to envy. She would set the feathered one down, just for the length of a breath, and let Nike test the ledge with her barefoot certainty. Victory must learn footing, or it becomes flight without destination. Once a boy saw the small goddess hop, and imitating her hopped too, landing perfectly on the line he'd scratched across the step. He shouted, then checked himself, embarrassed. She turned enough to let the embarrassment cool into pride's kinder cousin, satisfaction. Later that boy would hold an oar or a stylus or a child, and the lesson would travel up his arm the way warmth travels from bread to hand. In a courtyard where olive trees answered the noon with coins of shade, she presided over a contest that no one thought to name. Women came with loaves they had taught their ovens how to respect. Each crust listened when touched, each crumb held together without clutching. Oil gleamed like the kindest gold. The judge was an old woman with wrists like dry vines, voice like a broom that has swept many thresholds. She tasted, praised sparingly, advised without wounding. When she pointed to the baker whose loaves had learned the soft law of air, it was Nike who lifted, no higher than the flutter of a leaf approving, and the courtyard exhaled. This too is triumph, to be measured, to be instructive, to send everyone away better at their craft. The winner kept no crown. She took home a small feather someone had carved from olive wood, and she hung it where her dough rose, as a reminder that success is a quiet yeast.
Elsewhere, in the practice yard where youths persuaded their bodies to remember right angles and fair arcs, she trained them to lift victory as she lifted it, on an open palm. Their teacher, a man whose knee had learned humility, made them shake hands between bouts until their wrists preferred that to clenched jawlines. He chalked a feather on the wall. Beneath it he wrote, "Win so the city can use the field tomorrow." They laughed at first, because laughter is what boys do when they are asked to love anything that doesn't glitter. Months later you could see them finish a throw and check, instinctively, that the other's breath was unbroken.
That small check, repeated 1,000 times, was a rampart no enemy could easily cross. Once, at council, a speech tried to win by thunder. Its maker had labored over thunder, cadences, a hand that loved the air, a face tuned to applause. He delivered it like a storm that had memorized itself. The room swayed as rooms do when flattery learns grammar. She listened and placed her palm on the table's worn edge. The feather stirred. A second speaker rose, awkward, knees honest, voice without perfume, and laid out his figures like a mason lays courses, straight, plumb, built to bear weight. He won, not by volume but by making it possible for others to stand on what he had said. The first man sat, chastened by the indifference of the small-winged one. He would learn. Many do. Victory that wants to live in law must be willing to enter through the narrow door of proof. On certain evenings, when the grove practiced its two-toned quiet, and the war god loitered at the city's edge bored with his own appetite, she and the winged one walked the walls. The feather ticked against her skin like a modest clock. They watched lovers negotiate without theater, neighbors mend a week's worth of pettiness with a pot of lentils, an apprentice dare to correct a master and be thanked for it. These are the ceremonies that keep larger ceremonies from becoming lies. If a trumpet sounded far off, it sounded in tune. If a torch flared, it did not demand attention, it merely showed a step. Nike, who could have flown, chose not to. She preferred the discipline of the palm, the apprenticeship to steadiness. Wings, like ideas, travel better with a guide. There were days, inevitably, when victory was denied. The arrow misread the wind. The ship met a logic of reefs no counsel could soften. A vote went astray because fear learned a new costume. On those days, she did not close her hand. She let the feathered one rest where everyone could see her. Not as mockery, but as reminder, that victory is not a god who disappears when unpraised. She is a craft that waits at the edge of the bench for hands to return to her with better tools. She would visit a widow that evening and stand a while at her door until silence remembered kindness.
She would sit a moment with a scribe who had blotted a page and show him how to fold the damaged sheet into something useful. She would pass the harbor shrine and straighten the lamp's wick. The feather would gleam like a small moon, and the city, consoled by the dignity of unbroken attention, would consent to try again. Finally, there were the rare hours when the field and the council and the harbor all agreed at once, when a ship docked cleanly after an exacting run, when a law passed that made rooms quieter because they were safer, when the evening air smelled of bread that would be shared with the right words. In those hours it happened. Nike lifted from her palm only a hand's breadth and placed a kiss you could not see upon the day. You felt it in your shoulders, in the way breath went out and returned unscathed. A child laughed without permission. A dog decided not to bark. The city stood up straighter, not prouder.
And she, who has always preferred long victories to quick ones, lowered her hand and let the winged one settle again, light as the idea that, if we make the right choices while the hour is small, tomorrow will not need to be loud.
In the quiet hour before the lamps decide who among them will burn longest, a girl crossed the courtyard with a skein of wool in her arms, the bundle light as a cloud yet complicated as weather. The flagstones held the day's last warmth and released it with the discretion of an elder. The olives gave their two-toned blessing, silver to the dark and green to the mind. Somewhere a jug took a final sip of water and remembered its duty to be cool. She slipped inside the weaving room as into a thought that had been waiting for her.
The looms stood like tall, patient gates. The warp, those vertical threads that are a city's spine when a city remembers, hung in pale columns. The shuttle lay where yesterday's hand, respectful of tomorrow, had left it. She was not here to perform a miracle. She was here to keep one going. Her fingers had been taught by women who speak softly because threads listen better that way. They had shown her how to comb the wool until it stopped telling stories about sheep and hills and decided it was time to become cloth, how to spin without hurrying the spindle, as if coaxing a tale from a shy guest, how to let her breath lead her hands, not the other way around, so that the line between thought and motion would thin into trust. Tonight, the lesson would ask more, to turn pattern into practice, and practice into habit, and habit into something that could survive grief without breaking. She tied the first knot at the beam, small, neat, confident, and felt the room acknowledge that a beginning had been made, the way a grove hushes when a child plants a pit with serious eyes. There were stories pinned like talismans along the walls. A border woven with owls so small their eyes were only two judicious flecks, a panel where an olive branch climbed out of its own frame, as if law, once learned, could not help but spread. A strip of cloth whose subtle chevrons recalled the clean geometry of steps on the Acropolis. She knew them all, not as museum pieces but as relatives. An aunt who taught patience with a laugh, a cousin who won't let you lie about your work. At the far end stood a stool where, some evenings, a quiet visitor sat, helmet set aside, hands empty of spear, gaze as bright as polished bronze yet kinder. The girl had never seen her arrive. It was always a matter of looking up and finding that attention had already taken its place. When the goddess came, the room's rafters stopped fretting. The moths reconsidered their attraction to flame. The threads, creatures of 1,000 hesitations, agreed to remember they were one. Tonight the stool was empty. That was its own kind of lesson. She lifted the shuttle and fed it through the forest of warp with the rhythm her teachers had named and renamed. Give, take, here, there, under, over, listen, answer. The first weft lay modestly across the white bars. The beater brought the line home with a tap exactly heavy enough to persuade, not bully. And with that small music, the room's many clocks, oil's soft pulse at the wick, the courtyard's cricket time, her own chest's quiet metronome, found one another. Weaving is the mind learning to breathe the world's order without scolding it. She had thought all day about the pattern she would attempt. It could be the tried vine, for vines know how to forgive a clumsy hand. It could be the border of little shields that have forgotten how to be cruel. It could be, she dared, a new thing. 3 narrow meanders crossing and recrossing, river, road, speech, so that the cloth would carry a map of how people move together when they do not mistake speed for purpose. She laid the thread accordingly. The line curved, but not loosely. It argued with corners and convinced them to be generous. In her head, where girls keep their city's long murmurs, she felt the loom enlarge. Here were the council's voices learning cadence. There the harbor's ropes, rubbed with oil, converting strain into safety. Beyond, the school's chalk, finding the circle's end without lies. The room approved. Even empty stools know how to nod. With every pass, the cloth gathered consequence. Threads have memories, so do wrists. Her body remembered mornings hauling water when the steps were slick and the jar a stern tutor. It remembered winter's bite taught out of the fingers by the humble alchemy of breath. It remembered holding her little brother at the window to watch beacon fires speak across ridges in grammar the wind respects. All of it entered the cloth, not as image, but as poise. A city's fabric is not woven of emblems alone. It is made of dispositions. The courage to wait your turn, the art of making room on a bench, the instinct to set aside a tenth for the ground. Halfway through, a knot misbehaved. Pride is a knot's favorite hiding place. She stopped. The temptation to bury the error and hope the light would be kind to it arrived. Quick, plausible, persuasive as rumor. She lifted the flaw as a surgeon lifts a sentence she knows must be rewritten despite the cost. Unpicked 3 inches, then 3 more. The stubborn curl of thread yielding under the needle's patience. Undoing may be the brightest form of doing. The next pass lay truer for the rebuke, and the border held its quiet promise again. Beyond the window, the street let out a breath no one had noticed it was holding. Because there was no audience, the loom taught her the kind of victory that survives audiences. The settling of a line after a correction. The mercy of a margin left wide enough that the cloth can be turned without complaint. The blessing of threads that accept dye not as disguise but as livery. She drew a jar of leaf blue from the shelf and dabbed her test strip. The color took the way a good law takes, firmly, without drama, and she smiled at the thought of robes that would cool a room in summer and teach dignity to winter's arguments. Blue for honest depth, pale for modesty, a thread of bright for hope that refuses to become a trumpet. You would think such work would be lonely. Yet while she wove, other rooms kept her company. Far away in the barracks, a strap broke, and quick hands remembered what neatness looks like under pressure. On the wall, a sentry, taught by a night of whispers, adjusted his stance and saved his back from learning pain the hard way. At the harbor, a child practiced tying and untying and tying again until the knot held by both rope and pride. Across the city, in kitchens, gatehouses, workshops, people answered the same lesson with different tools. Do it cleanly, do it kindly, leave room for breath. The goddess had many schools. This was the one for hands.
When the last span was nearly finished, she lifted from her lap a small charm, the olive wood feather someone had carved as a joke and a vow. It had come to her at a harvest feast, pressed into her palm by a baker whose crusts never lied. For when you finish, the woman had said, so you'll remember that a thing done right doesn't need to shout. She set the feather on the fresh cloth and watched how its simple curve taught the weave a quieter sheen. It is a strange thing, how victory learns to rest best in work that forgets to pose. The doorpost made a soft sound, the civic syllable of arrival, and she looked up before she could tell herself not to. The stool was no longer empty. Helm absented, spear absent, laughter held in reserve. Only the gaze, that bright and exacting mercy. What do you see? The girl asked, surprised at her own courage, because the bravest question a student ever asks is not, is it good? But what is it? The answer came in the tilt of a head, the very small lift of a brow toward the border where the 3 meanders met. A city, said the look, that knows how to cross itself without collision. A child of law and kindness, a lesson ready to be worn. They did not speak further. She tied off the last threads, smoothed the cloth with the palm that had learned to persuade without bruising, and hung it from the beam. It did not glitter. It agreed with the light. An hour later it would be a mantle, then a household's weather, then perhaps a banner over a door where neighbors move in and out with their quarrels trimmed to size. Somewhere a tribunal would see it and remember that statutes should feel like cloth on skin, never so tight that breath is ashamed of itself, never so loose that mischief loves the folds.
Somewhere a teacher would point to its border and say, "See, there is the river, there, the road, and there, the speech that keeps them from forgetting each other." And in the years to come, when the city wore it thin, the girl, older then but not old, would unpick it, wash what could be saved, and begin again. Because beginnings, in the right hands, have learned how to return. Outside, the olives practiced their two languages. Inside, the loom yawned like a cat and settled. She covered the shuttle as one covers a sleeping child. The goddess stood, not to depart. Departures belong to those who need doors, but to let the room feel the weight of approval lessen into privacy. The girl gathered the cloth into her arms, the cloud now rain, the weather now garment, and stepped back into the courtyard where stones kept their counsel. Above, stars counted very slowly. Below, a city turned on its side and found a dream in which work was worship, and worship was simply attention paid without noise. And the maiden, in her quiet, carried into the night's soft ear a lesson the looms never tire of telling, that the world is mended by small exactnesses we agree to repeat. In the long houses where daylight drains into amber and lingers in bowls, the first music of evening is not harp or pipe, but the old arithmetic of looms. A wooden shuttle passing like a thought between two ways of being, the beater's steady punctuation, the soft sigh of wool learning to be law. In those halls where men have hung their shields like moons and spears like narrowed sunlight, this gentler sky takes over, and you can tell, by how the air cools and the shadows behave, that another kind of courage is at work. A woman stands, sometimes she is a queen with land folded into her name, sometimes a girl with only the stubborn dowry of her hands. She ties a knot as a priest lights a flame, and the household remembers its center. The first threads are always pale, a clean spine for color to find later, as if virtue required a trellis before grapes can sweeten. She throws the shuttle and hears in its passing not noise but counsel. Give, take, under, over, listen, answer. The men at the long table soften without admitting it. A boy stops drumming his heel. A dog places its head on its paws and agrees to be civilization for another night. Somewhere in such a hall sits a woman whose name travels far, though she herself has barely crossed her island. They speak of her loom the way sailors speak of currents, with respect and superstition. She has promised to choose, but only when the shroud is finished. And so day lays down a line that night will lift again, quiet as the moon alters tides. Those who would rush her fate call it trickery, yet the cloth beneath her hands is not a lie, only the grammar of a vow, that promises should take the time they need, that decisions made before dawn have a peculiar appetite for regret. In the threads she weaves are islands and storms, oars and oaths, the kind of maps that do not show coasts but conduct. She listens when elders tell a story of patience and hears, as others do not, the hinge in the tale where haste ruins everything. The loom teaches what the sword forgets. That strength arriving the day after it was demanded is often wiser than the strength that arrives on cue. When she unpicks what the dark tried to smuggle into daylight, she is not denying the day, she is editing it.
Elsewhere, another woman, her name less famous, her steadiness no less bright, works a border of sparrows who know how to find their home by remembering the shape of roofs. Her husband is away absorbing noises that think themselves noble. His hands will return scuffed with those arguments. The boarder instructs him as surely as any general could. Do not mistake clamor for clarity. Land where the line is true. Share the bread you did not bake. He will not see the birds at first. He will feel them in the way his own breath learns to measure itself against the room's calm. A daughter, watching from a low stool, absorbs the lesson and translates it into the trick of pouring water without spilling and of speaking plainly without cruelty. Across the fire, an old nurse mends a sleeve. The sleeve remembers the old nurse when the young man next wears it and thinks twice before making the sort of boast that requires a second sleeve to cover a later wound.
The hall itself adjusts around this work. Bronze that earlier wanted to boast now takes its place quietly on the wall, content to be testimony rather than threat. The floor, which in daylight receives boots like little rams, accepts bare feet, and the hush their steps consent to. The rafters breathe resin and old rain. The fire answers with a modest pillar of comfort. Under it all the rhythm continues. Shuttle through warp, tap to settle, until those who thought themselves immune to patience begin to find their fingers tapping along to it on the table's edge. Men who were ready to argue remember a point conceded in fair spirit and leave it conceded. Boys who might have chosen a loud story choose a true one instead. In such rooms, the future is taught its manners. You would be forgiven for thinking this is the work of keeping house, and you would be right, but only if your idea of a house is large enough to include a city's laws and a voyage's end. In the hall where the famous woman keeps the calendar from devouring her, messengers come and go, some smelling of horse, some of salt, all of them carrying the impatient grammar of elsewhere. She does not scorn them. She folds their tidings into her pattern, the way a baker folds a handful of sharp olives into patient dough. News is necessary. It is not sovereign. Once a singer arrives, bright as a coin none of them can change, and sings of a man wrestling ashore into hospitality, sings of a mirror held like a shield, and the mercy of not looking too directly at what would make a heart into mineral. The loom hears it and answers by arranging a gleam in the threads that will teach anyone wearing the finished cloth to glance wisely, to take the slant path when the straight one is a trap. This is how rooms talk to journeys. This is how journeys repay them, by bringing home not only the body that left, but the understanding that will let rooms go on being rooms while the world remains unpersuaded by our best intentions.
When winter comes, the songs of the loom thicken. Colors deepen like thoughts that have outgrown a first bright certainty. Women trade patterns and the history folded inside them. How this meander was first taught by a river that survived a flood. How that border of small shields came from a season when boys forgot to be gentle and had to be taught again by meals that were precisely salted and precisely silent. A line of little owls, every eye a bead of light, studies the hall as it lengthens into evening. The owl's patience enters bowls, and broths do not boil over. It enters rage, and rage learns to take off its shoes. On feast nights, the weaving is set aside, and the cloth already finished is lifted. It becomes a backdrop for voices that must try their arguments under color. It becomes, draped over a bench, a lesson in arrival, how not to sit like a conqueror at a table set by other hands, how to let a chair teach you the posture with which to accept hospitality without turning it into tribute. There is, in certain seasons, a joining of crafts in these halls that makes a theology of ordinary minutes. The loom speaks, the hearth keeps, the knives consent to be only kitchen knives, the door goes on swinging like a kind thought. The law, when it visits in the shape of an elder's story, finds that it does not need to clear its throat. What the men bring,
their hunts and treaties, their arguments with headlands and kings, lands on this cloth and does not stain it. The cloth is not fragile. It is refusal woven into kindness. Even grief is received here without becoming catastrophe. It is set at the table beside salt, and when the last cup is poured and the last line settled, grief rises too, straighter than it sat down, willing, at least for tonight, to sleep. Sometimes, as snow rehearses itself in the olive's pale, reluctant green, a traveler arrives who has learned humility from weather. He has in his pack a story that tried to eat him. He lays it down like a heavy garment and waits while the loom studies him. The woman at the beam picks a darker thread and adds a narrow border that will one day ring a council cloak. She does not tell him what it means. He will discover it the first time he rises to speak and finds that his mouth refuses to love applause. Elsewhere, a child, homesick while sitting on her own floor, threads a small loom set up for teaching and weaves an imperfect square of stubborn intention. She carries it for years, folded into the secret pocket of her dress, and in a future crisis she will touch it and remember that the hand knows what the tongue forgets. Night leans harder on the roof. The rafters do not complain. A wind that has kept company with drums quiets to listen to wooden syllables. The long table becomes a shore where talk comes to land. At the loom, a hesitation. The thread snags on a thought undone. The woman looks up, and across the hall in the brazier's mild geographies a shape has appeared. Not a blaze, only a certainty arranged in darkness. No thunder, only a gaze that knows what to mend. She does not speak. She moves a stool's leg a finger's width to make the room truer, and the thread releases without scraping. Of all the laws this house obeys, this is the least celebrated and the most necessary. That attention, properly paid, is a sacrament. The song of the loom is not only for safety, it is also rehearsal. Patterns learned here travel outward, not as banners, but as reflexes. On a different night, in a different city, men will huddle over a model built of small timbers, their voices lowered by the weight of a plan that cannot afford to be a boast. One will trace, with a weaver's economy, how the pieces must meet to be more than wood. Another, remembering the way a thread can enter a field and return without snarling, will show the path by which a burden may be brought close to a gate. A third will counsel that the beauty of the thing must be plausible, or else the eye that has learned from women's cloth will mistrust it. And somewhere far from that whispering, in a quiet room where the night keeps its oath, a woman will turn her shuttle once more and lay a line so perfectly that tomorrow a mind will find it and say, "Yes, this is how we cross the space between danger and home without tearing." The cloth settles on the beam. The hall waits, satisfied with the day's discipline. Outside, timber in a yard learns, without knowing from whom, the art of silence. Night gathered in the shipyards, where salt bit the wrists and every plank kept the rumor of an axe. A hush spread that was not fear but concentration, the kind the sea respects. Men moved as if the air had been measured into useful lengths, no waste, no swagger. Torches leaned and did not smoke. Ropes coiled with a studied obedience. Timbers waited, stacked like sentences not yet tried aloud. She was there, not as spectacle but as a correction that arrives without scolding. If you looked for her, you might have mistaken her for the angle a carpenter checks twice, or the nod a foreman gives when a joint, at last, lies true. A thought had come to the camp, not a shout, not a charge, but a structure, and those who could listen felt their fingers wanting to agree with it. The plan had not been born at a table stained with wine. It had been woven, as good plans are, from the habits the city already knew, the loom's give and take, The walls measured patience, the harbor's discipline of departure and return. An older soldier, whose knee had begun to speak to him in Weather's grammar, traced on the ground what the mind had begun to see. Grain upon grain, curve upon curve, a body of timber that would look like a boast, while being, in truth, a book. The young, who loved noise, laughed and then stopped laughing when the outline's modesty encountered their wrists. The wood taught them the old lesson again. Strength is useless unless it is placed.
They chose the trees as priests choose words, sparing the best to ensure there would still be shade when peace had to be practiced, felling those whose straightness could be persuaded into arcs. Axes did not rage, they conversed. Each stroke was a syllable, and when the trunks lay down, the ground accepted them with the gravitas of law. She walked among the stacks and placed her palm on boards that still remembered root and rain. Under that touch, the timber kept its humility. A showpiece, the boys wanted. A shrine, the older men corrected. An argument, she implied. One made of wood, plausibility, and the city's own habits turned gently against it.
The builders bent over their work like men reading. Ribs rose, planks met. The long back learned to be hollow without being false. They sanded down bravado where it tried to sprout along the prow. Your curve here, she murmured by being present, must not flatter itself. A carver, tempted to gild the myth, found his hand steadied. He cut a kindness into the line of the neck, not arrogance. This would be admired, yes, but more importantly, it would be believed. The smell of shavings lifted like a prayer that has no list of demands. The messenger, quick-footed and fond of jokes, passed through once or twice and grinned. He recognized a machine that would teach speed a new language, patience in wood. Arguments happened as they should, at the right volume and in the right places. Too big and it will be mocked, said a captain who had learned to measure contempt as carefully as he measured ocean. Too small and it will be ignored, answered a shipwright with a scar that understood scale. The scribe who kept his tools in a wax-stained satchel wrote down numbers that mattered more than bravado. The numbers agreed with the timber, and the timber, pleased to be consulted, let itself be shaped without sulking. A priest came, unhappy with mischief. She met his eye until he remembered that cunning which prevents slaughter is not a sin. He blessed the hinges because hinges are where ethics live in wood. And always the question, will they pull it inside? This is where artistry sheltered strategy as a lamp shelters flame. The surface had to talk in a dialect the city trusted, joinery that recalled workbenches, grain that whispered of groves whose shade had taught children how to play fair. Women who had seen too many banners and too few honest baskets would look at it and weigh whether it belonged. Elders who knew the smell of bad wood would test the air. Boys, drunk on glory, would clamor unless the object itself taught their voices to drop. She moved a carver's hand by a finger's width. The eyelid of the horse learned restraint. She shifted the belly's curve. It ceased to swagger and became hospitality. On the flank a panel was left plain and good. A woman would touch it and think of doors. The city had to recognize itself in the gift, or the gift would sit outside until rain unmasked it. Night after night the thing gained truth. Inside, spaces were planned as a loom plans its margins. Enough for breath, enough for silence, enough for the sudden change from waiting to action. The ladder did not creak. The pegs had the decency to be dull to light. There was room for a bow's curve, for a man to think without knocking his thought against a beam. She ran her palm along the interior and felt it remember patience. No splinter dared the gesture. A jar was set where a jar should be set. The thought of water steadied men better than oaths. A narrow slit, no more, would let one eye tally stars and roofs as the horse moved. Astronomy in a wooden throat.
The night they pulled away the last scaffold, torches lowered their pride and learned ceremony. The horse stood like a sentence that has chosen its words. Not grand, not mean, plausible. The sea breathed approval from the dark. The camp's noise thinned to the quiet of tools being put to bed. She circled once, paying with her gaze the tax that all finished work must pay. The search for vanity, the sniff for laziness, the prayer that asks a thing to be what it was made to be. At the nape, she paused and placed a feather cut from olive wood, so small it was a secret, into the seam. Not magic, a reminder. Win so the city can still use the field tomorrow. At dawn, the ploy began its theater. Fires were quenched with tidy hands. Sails, cut from the same cloth as laws, took wind and were hidden by a headland, then by another. Men left behind swallowed fear like bad bread, and tied the rope as rehearsed, their wrists honest. A spy feigned breathlessness convincingly enough that even the skeptical wondered whether truth had chosen a new mask. The horse rolled toward walls that had already learned too much pride. On the towers, women shaded their eyes, men leaned their elbows. Children made judgments that would be remembered only by their toys. In the wide mouth of the gate, argument bloomed as argument should. Noisy, necessary, persuadable. "Burn it," said those who had been burned. "Break it," said those who had learned from breaking. "Bring it in," said those who had always preferred gifts to grammar. She did not tip the scale with thunder. She let the city converse with its attention, and the horse, honest wood behaving like honest wood, answered their fingers, solid, smooth, familiar. They dragged it inward, as histories say, to a square that had listened to too many speeches and not enough looms. There the object rested, as if tired from traveling, head inclined at a politeness that flattered and did not insist. Night rehearsed its birds. Lamps rehearsed their manners. Sleep rehearsed its betrayal of guards. Within the hollow patience, men counted, breathed, remembered. One closed his eyes and saw a woman at a loom unpicking a day that had been too loud. He timed his heartbeat to her beater's tap until fear changed its name to focus. Another thought of hinges and of law and felt his fingers choose the quieter way to open what must be opened. Between the boards, the goddess was only as present as a principle, scale exact, mercy reserved, violence leashed. The doors within doors swung at the hour rehearsed. Air, surprised by sudden honesty, moved like a messenger correctly briefed. Steps learned their places on the inside of silence. Gates that had loved their own weight woke up and found themselves light, then open, then irrelevant. Flame, invited at last, behaved like a final paragraph. Not a boast, a conclusion. The wind, not asked to take sides, took the smoke and wrote the night an epitaph in letters nobody would boast of having read. Men did what men do when long patience has been asked of them. They became necessary, exact, brief, and when the morning found the city learning a new shape, its pride instructed, its streets memorizing other names, the horse stood as if listening to its own effect. No gloating lived in the grain. Even the scars where wedges had persuaded balking knots to agree were modest, as if timber itself had been reluctant to collaborate in harm and had needed reasoning. She walked the ruined lanes not to count, not to boast, but to ask ash what it had decided to teach. "This," said the soft black on her fingertips, "is why we prefer craft to carnage and cunning to chaos used as a toy. This is why we keep our victories small when we can, so the world can be mended afterward." Later, in other cities, on other nights, people would argue about whether such guile dishonors gods. Priests would frown, poets would polish, soldiers would pretend they had always believed in wood.
She would answer only by setting a feather upon a workbench and looking until hammers remembered they were for hinges as well as for helmets. In a quiet room, a girl at a loom would lay down a line so clean it seemed inevitable. In a shipyard, an old man would smooth a rib and mutter, "Make it believable," to a boy who thought victory meant shouting. And somewhere, under a roof rebuilt with patience, a door would swing true, a jar would be filled, a law would be phrased so plainly it could be memorized by breath alone. While far off, on a beach where hooves had never really stood, the tide wiped from the sand the prints of a wooden thing that had pretended to be a promise, leaving, in their place, a blankness honest enough for the next story to find its step. Night set its table with three things: wind enough to move a thought along, stars arranged like careful punctuation, and a road thin as a whisper across rock, and two companions came to share it, each a version of swiftness. One wore swiftness the way a blade wears light, straight, exact, eager to be aimed. The other wore it like laughter, sidewise, ankle-boned, unwilling to choose a straight line when a clever curve could do. When they walked together, distances forgot themselves. If you had been a bat, you would have called them a correction and a shortcut. If you had been a mortal with a hard errand, say, a head to cut from a darkness that turns faces into stone, you would have felt your breath become teachable. He waited at the mouth of a coast where rock opens like a locked jaw. A boy almost finished being only a boy, Perseus, with hands trained to hold tools but not yet trained to doubt them. Courage he had, the noisy kind that fills a chest. Clarity he needed, the quiet kind that empties it just enough to see. She came first, as solutions do when the hour has earned them. Helm like a disciplined thought. Spear a line that breathes. Gaze so lucid even the sea remembered to behave. He sensed in her the promise that terror could be met without becoming it. He also sensed, because even the brave have nerves, the danger of mistaking a single plan for a whole night. That was when the winged one arrived. Not the small figure who nestles on an open palm and kisses victories into modesty, but her cousin, lighter on his feet and heavier on his mischief. He stepped out of the moon's edge with sandals still whispering to air, and a staff that had learned the art of interruption. The caduceus, with two serpents in patient conversation and a habit of reminding quarrels they might prefer to nap. Hermes smiled with the sort of ease that makes locks try keys they've been snubbing. "I've brought jokes," he said, but the jokes were tools. The sickle, not a farmer's, but a sliver of bright verdict, the better to deliver a clean end. The pouch, small as a second thought, deep as necessity, the better to carry home what cannot be carried in sight. A cap that teaches a man to vanish the way a lesson disappears into instinct, and the sandals themselves, which turn a stumble into a strategy. She inclined her head, neither indulgent nor severe. They had done this dance before. Hermes grinned at her as brothers grin at sisters whose disciplines have saved their play from becoming farce. "He'll need your angles," he said, "and my shortcuts." "He'll need your heart's pace," she answered, to match the speed of his best thought. And so together they taught him the duet by which precision and wit make a lamp out of peril. The gray waited where wind has the right to be rude. Three old keepers of a single eye and a single tooth, guardians of threshold knowledge. With only her for company, Perseus would have approached them as one approaches a map, respectfully, with measured questions and the patience to copy the contours right. With only Hermes, he might have waltzed in confident of stealing a truth as easy as a purse. With both, he learned a third way. She coached his voice to the pitch where truth prefers to answer. He asked for what he needed, directions to the nymphs who keep useful darkness folded in their closets.
Hermes, meanwhile, observed the choreography of passing eye and tooth, and when the moment balanced like a coin on a thumbnail, he flicked. An eye too long in one socket found itself held in a palm that belonged to a grin. Panic tried to be born. She pressed its brow and turned it back into breath. "We will return what makes you whole," Perseus promised. "When you return what makes us able." A bargain, then, a fair one, struck at a fair temperature, and the old ones, relieved to be asked properly instead of overpowered, surrendered the path as one surrenders a chair to a weary guest.
Night moved on. In a hollow where stone keeps rumors cool, the Stygian nymphs offered their careful gifts. She examined each as a judge examines a precedent: cap, pouch, sandals, testing seams, asking the tools by touch whether they could be trusted to keep their modesties. Hermes, whistling softly, made the sandals flirt with the idea of flight until they learned to love obedience more than show. "Up," he said to Perseus, "but no higher than your sense." "Forward," she added, "but no faster than your attention." When he rose, it was like a thought rising above its own heat, not to escape but to see. The cave where curses learn to breathe lay ahead, roof shaped by patience, floor paved in petrified arguments. She gave him the mirror shield again, bronze that refuses to lie while refusing, also to let the eye be eaten. Hermes showed him where to stand in himself, a step back from bravery, a step forward from fear. The snakes wrote their alphabet of warnings across the reflection. "Do not stare," her silence said. "Do not dawdle," his grin said. "Do not miss," said the thin, singing edge of the borrowed sickle, a sentence waiting its verb. He moved as a pupil moves who has learned the pleasures of exactness, not cautious, not rash, economical. The blade fell, and the gallery of stone faces learned humility from flesh that did not freeze.
There is always an afterward. Heroes are tested as much by the weight of the carried thing as by the cut that made it. In the pouch, the head lay like a thunder-rehearsing silence. She taught him how to place it among his memories so that it would not turn the rest to quarry. Hermes taught him the art of leaving, feet whispering, breath folded, laughter invisible but ready. When pursuit woke and the air grew crowded with anger, Hermes moved the world's furniture, paths shifted, echoes learned discretion, and she moved its reasons. Fear lost the habit of multiplying. Where cliffs tried to be dramatic, the cap made drama forget its lines. Where panic tried to hiss in the throat, the cool of her hand on the idea of a pulse kept time. On the way home, there were other uses for a severed astonishment. A savage boast on a cliff became a humble boulder that would one day teach goats the geometry of caution. A rash suitor turned to a lesson in civic myth. This is how pride looks when it meets law. Hermes, approving, flicked a pebble into the sea and hit precisely nothing. He prefers mischief that breaks no bones. She, approving, adjusted a strap on Perseus's shoulder so that triumph would not chafe. Between them, they housed the danger in exactly the right amount of ritual. Not a parade, a protocol, not a gloat, a gratitude. They parted at a crossroads where dawn had started laying out pale coins for the day to spend. Hermes tipped his hat and became rumor traveling uphill, delivering messages, teasing thieves into retirement, escorting sleep the way a good host escorts guests to the edge of night. She remained long enough to teach the ground a lesson about thresholds, that every return deserves to become a beginning. Later, in another place, a hall would be cleared of men who had forgotten courtesy, and a bow would go on remembering its oath. She would be there again, not to strike, only to make sequence behave. The young man, having learned to aim his glance and leash his speed, would find that home can be entered without bruising it. They met again, as they always do, at the seam where wit and law trade gifts.
In a marketplace, they tuned scales together, the one freeing a stuck weight with a joke, the other setting the beam true with a gaze. In a court, they corrected a story, he untying the knot where words had tangled, she pinning the sense to the page with a sentence that would not slip. In a child's first errand, they walked side by side, unseen, keeping the coin safe in a small hand while keeping the small hand honest. The city, noticing its hours behaving, did not always know whom to thank. That is the sign of a partnership well kept. Sometimes he tried to make her laugh. He would balance his staff on one finger until the serpents seemed to kiss. He would whisper a pun into the wind and let it arrive in the ears of a magistrate at exactly the wrong and therefore perfect time. He would pretend to trip and, in pretending, rescue a tray of oil lamps from disaster. Her mouth would not move. But once, under a sky practicing rain, she looked at him with the kindness she reserves for tools that have not yet discovered their finest use, and the corner of her eye learned mirth. It was enough. He went away that evening and stole a quarrel from two brothers, replacing it with a game. She, having seen play serve wisdom, set a feather on her palm and allowed victory to land there very softly for the space of a breath. If you walk at night along a road that runs between a field that obeys season and a stream that obeys whim, you may feel them still. Two kinds of swiftness keeping company. One keeps you from tripping over your own urgency. The other finds you a shorter path through a worry you thought would take all night. Together they are a lamp that never boasts about light, the trickster who refuses to be cruel, the strategist who refuses to be dull. And if your errand is hard, and your feet are new to it, and you fear the face of your trouble will turn you to stone, you might remember how a boy learned not only to look slantwise, but also to leave lightly, because wisdom, when it walks with laughter, gets you there in time, and with your heart still the right temperature for home. The day had that first baked warmth, as if the sun itself had been brought from an oven and set to cool on the wide sill of the world. In such light, workshops soften, the hiss of quench water sweetens, hammers keep their voices reasonable, and dust chooses to be golden for an hour. He was there, the limping one, chaperoning fire into manners, and around him benches where small miracles dry. She came quiet as correction, not to scold the forge, but to steady it, and for a little while iron forgot its old appetite for rage and remembered usefulness. There was a commission from higher rooms, no secret about it, only a decree to make a shape that would walk among men carrying a lesson everyone would pretend to learn and then, in time, actually learn. He shaped clay. She lent the clay its composure. He pressed the curve of cheek and knee with thumbs that understood weight. She smoothed the brow with a palm that understood thought. Between them, a figure woke. No thunder, only the soft intake of breath when a form realizes it will need to behave. They did not make a goddess. The world has manners about how many of those it can bear. They made a woman, the first crafted deliberately for company and conversation, meant to shine among fields and hearths. Gifts arrived like careful punctuation. From the bright-haired one, the arts of laughter and grace. From the messenger, the trick of language itself, its silver, its knots. From the huntress, steps that could be silent without being sly. From the sea-born, ornament enough to brighten a corner of winter. From her, who holds wisdom the way a city holds its breath, came hands taught to weave, to measure, to turn thread into a wall against cold and into a banner for joy. She taught the proper tension for a warp, the courtesy of a shuttle, the small, exact mercy by which a garment becomes a second skin instead of a costume. Clay learned craft, breath learned patience. Someone draped the figure in light, someone taught it to fall like cloth. Names tried themselves out and chose the one the world remembers. Pandora, Not because she hoarded gifts, but because gifts had been poured into her until anyone looking saw the promise and the peril of abundance.
What did the makers intend? Opinions disagree. Some say the Bright Father wanted to answer theft with a parable wrapped in a person. Others say he only wished beauty to stand in doorways and remind men that labor is worth returning to, because returning is a kind of home. She, the wise one, does not waste much speech on motives when there is a task at hand. She placed in Pandora's fingers a spindle, and along her shoulder a lesson, that hands can be schools for minds, and that a woman's work, properly named, is neither punishment nor disguise. It is governance in smaller rooms, a polity of pots and bread and blankets that lets the larger polity remember why it exists. So Pandora stepped into the light in which all things begin to be judged. People stared and then remembered not to. Children smiled for no reason and then found their reason. An old man forgot to complain. The city tried her the way cities try anyone new, with errands, with neighbors, with weather. She learned them. It is not an easy curriculum. Winter passes exams no one volunteers for. Threads snapped. She tied them without cursing. Dough sulked. She found its pride and persuaded it. A jug cracked on the walk from fountain to door. She sat on the doorstep and sorted shards until the shape of "I will try again" rose from her lap.
This is what she had been given to teach, that grace can be domestic without being small, that beauty can forgive itself for being useful. Then there was the other gift, the one stories cannot leave alone. A jar with a lid that looked harmless as a closed eye, heavy enough to mean it. Not a box, no matter how often later hands would draw corners around it. A pathos, belly-haired and practical, more accustomed to storing oil or grain than to shouldering parables. It came with instructions, as good containers do. Keep it closed, she was told, as you keep a promise, with the ease that comes from habit. There are rooms where a closed door is an insult. There are rooms where it is a blessing. This was to be the latter. She set the jar where jars prefer to live, near light but out of direct sun, near reach but not underfoot. For days the lid made the soft syllable of obedience when she passed. She grew used to it, as one grows used to a quiet neighbor who waters his plants at the same hour every evening and never bangs his gate. Curiosity is not a sin when it keeps its manners. It is, at first, a form of attention, the mind bending its ear. But attention has cousins who are not so polite. Itch, fret, the wish to own what is only meant to be known. The lid became a subject. She caught herself listening for something that was not a sound. A sweetness rose, or seemed to, the way a bakery tempts even those who have eaten. It is nothing, she told her hands, and the hands believed her, until a wind passed through the house with the smallest question in it. Why? The lid moved a fraction, that width of disbelief by which accidents begin.
The room changed temperature. The air remembered that it has always been a road. Out came things that were not quite things, edges with no center, suggestions with teeth. Sickness loosened its sandals and made itself at home in the lungs of a day. Envy unfolded like a moth and found that it liked daylight after all. Weariness crept out, not angry, only heavy, and laid its coat over shoulders that had been walking upright a moment before. Even rumor, lighter than lint, slipped past the lid and went to work. They spoke many languages and none. Sigh, bite, fog, flame. People found themselves tripping over nothing, mistrusting their own bread, nicking a finger where experience had promised safety. The jar had not been full of punishment so much as of possibilities allowed to roam without their shepherds.
She shut it. Reflex, then resolve. Her palms stamped the lid back into its groove with the force one reserves for pushing a friend away from a cliff. Silence, shocked, returned. In that silence her breath arrived as if from far, ragged, then gathered. Horror wanted a stage, she gave it a chair. The house remembered how to be a house. Later storytellers would blame. The room which keeps better records noted instead a fact, that abundance requires stewardship and that even good hands slip. Was it all lost? If you listen only to sighs, yes. But inside the jar, something moved that was neither knife nor fog. A hush pressed against the clay, requesting, politely, it must be said, an exit. She hesitated. The bold, think hesitation is weakness. Those who have done a thing wrong once know hesitation is the mind's way of making a better door. She opened the lid as one opens a window in a sick room, precise and kind. Out came not a bird exactly, not a light, not a word, yet something of all three. Hope. It did not promise to fix what had been loosed. It promised accompaniment. It sat on the rim, gathering itself, then made slow rounds of the room, perching on the spindle, the broom, the jar itself, the threshold. Where it landed, work became possible again. Wounds did not close immediately. They remembered how to begin. The house exhaled. Outside, a neighbor laughed, and meant it. Where was she, the bright-eyed, while this lesson unscrolled? Not far. In the tilt of the jar away from a careless elbow. In the hand that knew how to push and how to stop. In the refusal to let panic direct the hour. In the thought that made open mean heal instead of again. That is her counsel, not a bolt from weather, but the insistence that order can return if the wrist learns its measures. Afterward, she taught the city how to walk among the new inhabitants of the day, how to wash and bind, how to rest without quitting, how to speak truth without feeding envy. She set baskets at thresholds with fresh bread because hunger turns every misfortune into a bully. She had scribes copy a simple law in large letters. When harm escapes, double the kindness that keeps houses together. She brought Pandora back to the loom, not as penance, but as remedy. Thread under, thread over, cloth that holds even when hands are tired. In time, the jar sat where jars sit, in a corner bright enough to keep mold from practicing, quiet enough to let hope roost when the room is empty. People became careful but not afraid. Children were told the story and learned to say pathos so they would not grow into adults who blame boxes for what lids cannot manage. And when sickness visited, it found clean water and neighbors. When envy scratched at the sill, it found laughter already inside. When weariness slouched into a doorway, it was met with a chair and a cup and the dignity of being named. The world did not become innocent again, but it became workable. Nights later, under a moon that likes to listen at lintels, a procession moved quietly through the precinct. Girls carrying what they had been told not to open, feet learning the cadence of secrecy, hands practicing trust. The city watched from its windows, uncurious in the best way. The path they took shimmered like a sentence spoken only once a year and always in a whisper. And somewhere ahead, a door waited where darkness is a lesson and a basket is a vow. And the goddess, patient with jars and with girls, kept the hinge oiled so that what should remain closed would stay closed, and what must open would open like a breath. The path did not appear by day. In daylight it was only rock and stair and the ordinary seams between one stone and the next. But when the hour learned to whisper, when lamps cupped their light as a mother cups a child's ear, the path remembered itself, thin as a line in a palm, certain as breath, secret as a kept promise. Two girls, no more, nevermore, stepped onto it with feet that had been taught the kindness of quiet. They carried what they were told to carry and did not look inside. Their baskets were light in the arms and heavy in the hour. Wind pressed its cool cheek against their cheeks and asked no questions. Behind them the city held its breath without fuss.
Before them the rock opened not with theater, but with the courtesy of a door that knows the right knock. They had been chosen for a year to live nearer to her calm, little residents of a high house where dawn keeps its first neatness, where oil learns to be exact, where thread finds the courage to begin again each morning. They woke early, they slept unboastfully, they learned the recipe by which rooms remain rooms. Some nights, like this one, they descended, white-clad, hair braided into scents, along the stair that melts from temple to earth as water does, carrying in their arms the gentle weight of mystery, not a trial, a trust. They did not know the contents, they knew the handling. That is often enough.
The first turn cooled them, the second taught them to see by listening. The third frightened their thumbs and then soothed them. The stone underfoot kept old secrets without resenting new feet. In one shallow cut in the wall, a tiny spring wrote its soft grammar. They paused, not to drink, but to let their pulses match the rivulet's patience. Far above, an owl folded the city into its gaze and made of every rooftop a feather. Far ahead, the mouth of a tunnel rehearsed welcome. Between those distances, the girls kept step, the way two lines of a couplet keep one another honest.
No torches flared. Lamps wore their lids like modest hats. The baskets, wicker the color of moon-baked straw, breathed faintly, as baskets do. If there was sound inside, it was the sound seeds make when they remember rain. If there was weight, it was the weight of a year crossing its own threshold. The elder girl counted steps without counting. 7, then an extra one offered to luck. The younger watched the elder's breath and let hers follow, as swallows draft behind a wiser wing. They did not speak. The path, like a string drawn over a lyre, prefers to sing when fingers are patient.
At a hollow where the rock has learned to be kind, a low door waited, square as a thought that has been proofread. They knelt. One set her basket down. The other lifted a lid on a twin that had been left earlier by hands they were not asked to know. Exchange, hand for hand, weight for weight, secret for secret. The air changed by the width of a whisper. What had been unspent became spent. What had been waiting began. What had begun entered keeping. They did not peer. They did not pry. They made the trade with that delicate boldness children show when they decide to trust without performing it. Then they rose as lighter people rise, and the path, satisfied with its small ceremony, offered them upward steps that felt like advice. She was not visible, but the room held her attention the way a good loom holds tension. Everywhere, steady, fair. The girls felt it in the way their sandals found purchase, in the way the oil did not drip from the wick, in the way fear confessed itself and was forgiven. At the second landing they passed a mark a mason had tucked under an eave a century ago, 2 scratches that share a secret kiss. The elder touched it with knuckle, the way one greets a doorkeeper. The younger followed, surprised to find her own hand obeying a rule it had never been told. Tradition is a grammar the body learns before the tongue. Low and then lower, the passage drifted toward a grove that waits where rock remembers soil. Leaves made their 2-color music, silver for caution, green for go on. At the grove's lip stood a stone that mines the line between city and hush. They paused and bowed, not to stone, but to the miracle of thresholds. Beyond, a door in the earth waited with humble certainty. That door belongs to other keeping, to other names, old neighbors whose trade is fertility and return. Here, the girls completed what a year had asked of them. One set her basket within, the other drew from the twin the thing asked to be borne home. Was it a coil of wool that had learned a new patience? Was it bread that had remembered itself into rule? Was it a token that says summer has found the hinge on which it will swing into fall? Stories insist and then contradict themselves. The right corrects them all by being exact, not explanatory. They turned.
The path, pleased, retreated into simplicity. Up with the weight redistributed, different now, denser, kinder. On such a sense, the city teaches children what law feels like when it is worn correctly. Not a yoke, a yoke's memory, not a leash, the leash's gentler cousin called leading string. Steps learn to match one another again. At a bend where air smells faintly of honeyed dust, a breeze arrived from the quarter of bread and carried with it another ritual. The first loaves of dawn testing their crusts. The younger smiled without permission. The elder did not scold. Joy that minds its manners is also part of the rite.
If you had looked from below, say from a doorway where a grandmother stores news in jars and releases it only by the spoon, you would have seen two slim shadows on the rock, perfectly ordinary, and perhaps you would have remembered something your own feet once knew, that a city's deepest wisdom is carried by those whose hands are still small. You might have hummed an old tune that speaks of baskets and dew, and a path that appears only if you do not boast about it. And you might have felt, as the girls stepped past, that the year had been tied once more with a knot you could trust. They came again to the high precinct. The columns kept their oilettes of starlight. The floor remembered the grammar of sandals. A priestess, older than any 1 year and younger than all of them together, received what they brought without peering, as if what matters most about gifts is that they arrive with their breath intact. She gestured, and the oil in the temple's belly took flame as calmly as a thought taking shape. The girls exhaled, but not yet all the way. There is a second exhale in rites, the one that waits until privacy returns.
In their small chamber, the year's linens were folded, and the combs lay like little roads on a table that never forgets to be tidy. They unbound their hair, not as vanity, but as a bending of the bow after its arrow. Fingers counted braids backward to nothing. The elder hung her sash on its peg. The younger placed the day's dust in a basin. They sat. Silence did its best work, knitting nerve back to nerve, cooling the proud pulse to a pitch where listening is possible. If you have ever finished a difficult courtesy and found your heart discovering a new size for itself, neither swollen nor shrunken, but properly measured, you know this room.
Was there fear? A little fear that one had stepped too loudly, fear that the baskets had known more than the arms that carried them, fear that secrets might prefer darkness to such tender transport. She let the fear stand at the door and learn its place. Then, because she is not only judge but schoolmistress, she added a lesson to their hands. A short hem to be mended, a thread to be joined so finely that the cloth would not remember its wound.
They bent to the work, and in the bending the night finished teaching what it had begun. That trust which refuses to pry is a kind of architecture, that thresholds are happiest when crossed with modesty, that the city's breath is kept by wrists as much as by walls. Toward dawn, the path folded itself away like a ribbon in a drawer. The girls slept while the first vendors rehearsed their greetings to figs and fish. Upstairs, the lamp burned the shape of steadiness into the last of the dark. Downstairs, the spring sang its patient syllable to anyone willing to be small enough to hear it. On the rock outside, dew wrote its illegible advice on stone. She walked the corridor once, not to check, only to accompany, and the door at the stair's head felt her pass and renewed its vow to open only for the right weight of foot. Later, when the city woke to the plain boldness of day, it moved as if nothing had happened, which is to say, everything had. The gates opened at their hours. The market measured without cheating. The school asked questions that did not bully. The forge remembered to make hinges as well as spears. Two girls, eyes bright with a well-kept fatigue, poured water for bread and listened to women talk of ordinary things.
And somewhere under stone where roots keep their counsel, a secret remembered that it had been carried without curiosity, and therefore could afford to become blessing. The path, that quiet sentence between temple and earth, waited for its next reading. And on a high step where olive leaves learn both of their colors, the goddess, pleased with baskets that remained baskets, and with hands that remained gentle, let morning climb into the city, one soft rung at a time. The hill was older than any column and kept its age without boasting. Bare stone where wind files its thoughts to a fine edge, a scatter of scrub that refuses drama, and steps smoothed by feet that had been taught how heavy a life can be. At its base, the city breathed its ordinary courage, bakers reckoning with dawn, smiths persuading iron away from temper, but up here a different breath waited, the sort that makes voices become careful. They call the place the Hill of Ares, but it listens more like an elder than a soldier. Tonight it would be asked to do what stones seldom do, hold a quarrel without becoming a weapon. He came first, the son with a grief that had learned to stand. His name carried rumor like burrs, Orestes, and the rumor had the taste of blood, and rooms where family pictures refused to look down. Behind him came the old goddesses, older than the hill's first ledge, their hair full of the night's noddings, their feet remembering crimes the way roots remember rain. Furies, the city called them when it was in a hurry. Kindly ones when it wanted to be safe. Truth, when it dared to speak plainly, demanded both names at once. They had a craft as ancient as hunger, to follow what had been done and insist it be felt until forgetting could not pretend to be cure. They were right as far as they went, but nights come when right must learn a larger room. She arrived without clangor. The helm did not glare, it consented. The spear was only a line that knows where it points. The owl circled and found the air already listening. She touched the rock with her palm, and the hill, relieved, set its thoughts in order. "We will hear," said the evening, and hearing is the first law. The people gathered not in ranks, but in a ring, the shape that teaches a city to look at a matter rather than at one another's throats. From the harbor's salt, from the groves cool, from the streets where bread has its appointments, they came and took places on stone that had waited centuries to be chair and conscience. He spoke, a man with a house scorched behind his eyes, telling how he had cut the knot that tied him to a mother who had once tied herself to a blade. Words can swagger or kneel, his did neither. They walked, wary and exact, across the stone and stopped where judgment would stand. The old goddesses answered with a sound like bees remembering winter, the litany of blood begetting blood, the warning that a deed is a seed that will sprout in any weather if the ground is not taught otherwise. They were right, again. Cycles are honest farmers. She did not deny them. She only widened the field.
In the widening, men who had not been trained for wisdom found, astonished, that they could be wise. Jurors, a word like a gate that opens and closes without vanity. She chose them as gardeners. Choose cuttings, not the showiest branches, the steady ones. They sat, each brief life invited to hold a scale that has broken stronger wrists. The Furies hissed, not in malice, but in habit. Habit is a kind of weather, and the hill had learned to endure it. He stood, not as a supplicant, not as a victor, but as a person who will accept whichever future the city can live with. Law is a loom, and she set the warp. Testimony, silence, reply, silence, the spaces as binding as the threads. A god who knew music came to speak for the sun and made harmony argue for mercy. The old goddesses made dissonance argue for memory. She let both be beautiful, so that beauty could no longer be bribed by either side. When faces grew hot, the wind cooled its palm and laid it on brows until breath returned to measure.
The moon, kinder than rumor, slid from one cloud to another and refused to take sides. In the pause before verdict, even the owls practiced blinking slowly enough to learn patience. Votes were cast, pebbles shyly choosing their bowls, little stones lending their weight to a choice that would teach heavier stones how to behave. The count met itself at the crest of a breath and stopped, equal. A tie is a hinge the world respects reluctantly. She did not let the hinge squeal. "I add my pebble," said her voice, which at such hours is only air instructed. It fell like dew into the vessel of release. Acquittal, then, not forgetfulness, no, an acquittal that obliges the city to keep its doors, from that night on, oiled for such crossings. The Furies lifted their many gazes, surprised to discover they had not been dismissed. Their craft was wanted. But wanted where and how?
Here is the miracle that has no thunder, persuasion that neither flatters nor coerces. She spoke to them without shrinking their age. "You are the teeth of conscience," said the angle of her helm, "and cities with smooth gums die of easy food." They listened, insulted into interest. "But let your teeth learn diet. Do not eat the living whole. Learn to be guardians of thresholds, not owners of houses." She offered a home, not underground, not foreign, but near, beneath a slope where roots keep local counsel and lamps know how not to brag. "Take this," she said, and the hill's stone shivered with the pleasure of becoming useful twice.
Be honored as mothers of awe, accept libations, teach terror to sit down and be teacher. They considered, their consideration a wind from before men had words, and found, to their own astonishment, that they wanted it, the dignity of being welcomed rather than feared, the daily work of watching laws polish their edges on custom without bleeding. They allowed their faces to learn a gentler strength, not tamed, tuned. The city's women felt it first, a temperature change along the bones. The men next, a change in how anger fits a hand. Children slept that night in rooms that had learned how to hold shadows without letting them climb into beds. Down the slope, someone began the work of ritual, a flight of steps made tender by sweepings, a precinct where olive wreaths would be replaced before they remembered to droop, a rail for the hand to confess to when it has almost forgotten how to be steady. The old goddesses, newly housed, accepted offerings poured without flattery. Honey behaved. Wine remembered the shape of gratitude. And at the court itself, the benches learned their proper creak, the scribe his sober script, the herald the music by which silence yields to speech, and speech to silence again. A law was scratched in brief letters any breath could memorize. When blood asks for blood, let the city ask for balance. When memory howls, teach it to sing. He left the hill not light, not free of ghosts. He left with a civic weight added to the private one, a yoke that does not bruise when carried correctly. He would still dream wrong, he would not dream alone. Behind him the new neighbors, no longer Furies only, but gracious ones when saluted, kept their watch where roots make older treaties than iron. Petitioners climbed when the ground under their houses tilted. They descended when the tilt had been gently argued back into place. The hill became a hinge the city used often, and because it was used often, it did not rust. If you walk there in hot noon, the stone answers your sandal with a small arithmetic. In rain, it answers with a patient drumming. At night, it answers with owls. In any weather, it answers with the memory of that vote, the tie that chose to become peace, the peace that chose not to become amnesia. Trials followed, as trials do wherever neighbors must live close to other neighbors. Some ended with tears that cooled into acceptance, some with anger that learned to bow without breaking, some with laughter that discovered at last where it belongs. Each time she allowed the city to conduct its own breath, stepping in only to keep count honest, sequence kind. Elsewhere, other hills watched and began to practice. In doorways far from Greece, mothers taught children a small version of the rite. Hear before you strike. In markets, a feather of patience appeared on the scales and stayed there long after the merchant forgot who had placed it. In barracks, captains changed their watchwords from thunder nouns to useful verbs. The old goddesses, delighted by employment that did not eat everything, developed a taste for blessing. Their new names stuck: Eumenides, when bread cracked cleanly under a knife sharpened without hurry, when a bruise healed into a story instead of a curse, when a city argued late and rose early without malice. They smiled in the dark, like grandmothers hearing a grandchild sleep through for the first time.
She visited the precinct at odd hours, as she does, at dusk to check the hinges of custom, at dawn to see whether Dew had written anything worth reading on the steps. She asked the stone nothing and heard it answer anyway. That humans are embarrassing and beautiful, that justice is a ladder made of small rungs, that fear, given work, becomes a clerk who saves records instead of a thief who burns them. Satisfied, she would turn toward the slope where olives practice their double language and let her gaze carry a benediction over roofs that still make mistakes and still sweep at morning. And at the edge of that gaze, something waited, one more hour, old as ash and young as breath, that would ask a city to put away music and learn a quieter song. Not disaster, a remembering. A boy would climb with a lyre and a debt in his chest. The hill would be asked again to be older than its stones. The lamplight of the precinct made a room in the night. The gracious ones kept their watch. And she, bright-eyed, steady-handed, prepared to open one last door with the tenderness of someone who has learned, again and again, that the hardest victories are those that let tomorrow stand on what today refused to burn.
He came up the hill at an hour that belongs to neither night nor day, when lamps do not yet brag, and birds are still negotiating with sleep. He was not famous, only a boy with a lyre hugged close, the instrument smelling of resin and hope. The steps remembered other weights, warriors limping, elders leaning, girls with baskets, and made a quiet for this lighter burden. Below, the city lay like a folded cloak. Above, the first coin of dawn was being placed on the palm of the sky. He bowed to no one in particular, and to everyone who had ever listened. And the strings, as if recognizing the right kind of silence, came to attention. On this rock where loudness had learned manners, he tuned each note until it knew its place among the others. No string overly proud, no string sulking. The wind kept its hand open to receive what would be given. The owls arranged punctuation in their throats. He began with a scale so simple that even stone could hum along, and the hill, pleased, gave back a little warmth from yesterday's sun. Then he played what could only be called a remembering. No melody famous enough to be sung in the streets, only a line that turned back upon itself the way a stitch does, pulling the day's loose edge neat. From the slope of olives came the soft response of leaves practicing their two truths at once. From the walls, the faint clink where a sentry adjusted the buckle that protects a breath. From the workshops, the patience of tools waiting to be chosen for the day's exactness. The boy's tune, without knowing it, found them all: grove, gate, bench, bowl, and threaded them together like beads of ordinary mercy. In that gathered sound, the city remembered its long lessons. The tree set against the wave, the shield used as a mirror so eyes might be spared, the aegis hung up like a rain that chooses not to fall, the loom's soft law that teaches hands to argue with kindness. She was there, of course, how could she not be, but as absence made hospitable. Helm set aside, spear only a straightness in the air, the gaze that trims panic to sighs. She stood where the hill breathes most steadily and let the song pass through her as a shoreline lets waves practice being sentences. If there was judgment in her, it was the gentle sort that asks, "Is everything arranged so tomorrow can stand?" The answer, whispered by strings and stone, was, for today, yes. The boy's melody wandered into deeper rooms. It found the place where giants had once tried to teach the world a ruder rhythm and laid over their ash a calmer measure. It paused where a wooden animal had taught an arrogant city the cost of not listening and braided that warning into comfort. Cunning is safer when yoked to craft. It leaned over a remembered river and counted out its shares, morning, noon, dusk, until thirst felt seen rather than scolded. It placed a feather upon the day's busy palm and reminded victory to land softly or not at all. It visited the keeping rooms of jars and thresholds, the secret stair where baskets learn to be brave by not knowing, and blessed them again with the small courage of sequence. When the tune reached the precinct of the newly called gracious ones, it did not flatter. It set a chair for fear and asked it to sit and keep minutes, not to rule. The old goddesses, teeth taught to mind diet, approved without ceremony. The boy's hands, finding the chord by which grief does not rot but ripens, played it once, and once was enough. A breeze which had been out learning the weather of roofs returned with news. Bakers were counting breaths into dough. A woman had mended the day's first tear with thread that forgives. A captain had changed his watchword to a verb. Songs collect such news more easily than proclamations do.
He played on. The line climbed to the threshold of the high house where oil behaves without smoke, and stepped inside without disturbing the lamp. There was the stool where a craftswoman had rested her careful back. There the beam from which a fresh cloth had been lifted and carried into a room that needed order. The boy did not know these things by name. The city carried them to him the way water carries coolness. In the hall where decisions are taught to speak plainly, his melody measured a sentence so it would not bruise the mouth that delivered it. In the shipyard, the long ribs of timber, now sleeping, now history, seemed to turn in their memory and feel again the exactness that had made a deceit into a discipline rather than a swagger. The tune's last turn was the smallest. It walked down into a kitchen and counted spoons. It paused at a doorway to let a child through first. It set a cup near the hand that had not asked but needed it. Then it climbed back, having gathered every modest victory the city had won since the last time someone had dared to play at this hour, and it laid them all at the hill's feet as a simple offering. Here is what your patience has purchased.
She lifted nothing. She pronounced no miracle. She let the boy finish like a craftsman. One last stroke, clean, one last breath, kept. The sound emptied itself in the measured way good vessels do. The string's final vowel learned how to close without slamming. For a moment nothing moved except understanding. Then, a small thing, always a small thing, the light along the eastern ridge deepened and the air loosened into morning. The hill, satisfied with its night's employment, found a new steadiness in its bones. He lowered the lyre. The strap, same leather that had crossed other shoulders in wiser hours, creaked like a friendly hinge. He bowed, not to an audience he could count, but to the habit of being heard. She inclined her head, the way a teacher does when a pupil has done exactly enough and not a stroke more. "Bring it back," said the quiet around her, and he knew at once what it meant. Bring the song back tomorrow, and the day after. Not because the city forgets quickly, but because remembering is a craft like any other. It requires repetition, proportion, rest. The descent was simple. Sandals and steps conferred and found agreement. Below, doors learned their morning swing.
Gates flexed and recalled their oath. Market scales lifted their chins and promised fairness in the language that makes neighbors possible. He passed a grove where the first fruit had just convinced itself to darken, and someone, always a girl who notices what the world forgets to announce, was pointing with 2 fingers and no words. He crossed a square where a man wiped clean the public bench and left it better than he had found it. These are the lute strings a city plays upon itself when it tries not to lie. She remained a little while longer. The owl stitched the final seam between night and day, then folded into leaf. In the precinct downslope, libations practiced gratitude without theater. On the wall, a sentry stood in the posture she had taught and felt that it cost less than pride. The hill, older than time's conveniences, held all this as a chest holds household treasures. No shine, all use. And now, this is the hour for it. Let the long lamp of our telling lower its flame. We have walked 24 nights and 1 dawn in the company of a mind that prefers steadiness to thunder. We watched a tree be chosen over a wave. We learned to look slant, so terror cannot look back. We felt a hide turn frenzy into shade. We saw thread become law, and law remember it is for breath. We followed jars that were not to be opened and doors that must. We watched anger accept employment under a gentler name. We practiced victories so small they could pass from hand to hand without breaking. Cities are made of such things. So are we. Thank you for keeping watch through these nights, on the ridge, along the wall, in the rooms where work is worship, in the good company of olives and owls. Thank you for lending your breath to the quiet places where stories help the day remember its manners. Now, let the room dim. Let the window become a square of softer sky. Let the noise you don't need step outside and close the door without a click. Rest and let patience, in her bright, unhurried armor, keep the watch for you. Thank you for walking this long road with me, across the groves and stones and thoughtful waters of an old city's wisdom. And now close your eyes. Perhaps, in tonight's dream, you will pass under olive leaves that whisper 2 secrets at once. And somewhere near the hill where judgments learn to be kind, you will glimpse her turning, not to leave, only to let the morning arrive in its own time.